waking up in those nasty tunnels behind Galen Falls, the party managed to fight their way out through some strange zombie-fied humanoids that they encountered up there, all the way down to the worm creature at the bottom that had been apparently capturing animals and people alike, implanting something into the back of their neck and turning them into mindless drones. After getting out, they came to town, battled their way through the harbor up to the town of Galen Falls, where they eventually made their way to the cleric, got some help on trying to decide what was going on with all of the strange happenings there. They gave the cleric a head from one of the humans that they had killed in the tunnels. Upon dissection, they found with a strange worm creature that had expended its little cilia all through the brain and began controlling it and was slowly erasing their memories. That night,
Not cool, man.
Dakren thought he'd look for a little more comfortable lodgings in the nearby local lord's manor up at the top of the hill. Very nice place where Mr. Galen, who kind of runs the town fishing area and runs things up there, is living, and went up there to see if he could arrange better lodging for himself, and ate some great lamb stew that was a little poisoned, but managed to shake that off and just went to bed like it was no big deal, and was subsequently captured and woke up to a strange ritual being conducted by Mr. Galen himself, where his house servants were arrayed in a circle around there, quite frustrated that his plans, whatever those might entail, seem to have been interrupted by the groups having woken up in the tunnels and fought their way out. During the ritual, was able to free himself from his bonds and run up the stairs, where he met the party who had come to looking for him, knowing that he had gone over to the mansion based on the innkeeper's lead that he provided with them. They fought with Galen, and upon slaying the poor frail old man who had just, what had he done really? Nothing much. But upon slaying him, he dropped to the ground and cried out to something, and a strange heart-shaped purplish stone or reddish stone with a core of purple glowing energy filled him with power, mutating him into a horrible tentacled monstrosity, which tried to re-engage the group in rather violent conflict. They put him down eventually, stopped the ritual, and at the end of that there were 6 dead servants around and 2 living members of the Westfall family, the young Westfall children, who were just, in fact, very young adults, early into their, or late teens, I should say. And the sister there had been in the center of this ritual, being the focus of the energy coming out of this dark crystal, kind of being absorbed by her, and the brother, Jordan Westfall, over on the side, had engaged the team in combat as well, trying to stop them from interrupting this ritual. Upon slaying Lord Galen, also young Westfall was left unconscious, and when he came to, proceeded to express concern for his sister, express thanks for rescuing him from the evil Lord Galen, and just say, hey, we need to get my sister to a cleric. She seems injured. Let's help her out. The group went back upstairs, where they tied up the butler who had tried to poison Dakren, or who had successfully poisoned Dakren, but hadn't quite got the poison to take work, thanks to his dwarvish constitution shaking off the most of it this time.
You mean friend, Brett?
Did I say Dakren again? Son of a gun! It's the worst. Every time. I just can't get it.
We need to come up with a nickname for one of us.
Well, I know Bran.
Well, we were going to call me Bran, but...
Yeah, I know he's Bran. It just doesn't seem to help. It's in my brain now. Like much akin to a strange worm-like creature. It has spread its cilia through my my rear cortex, and you two are inexorably linked now. Dang. All right. Anyhow, upstairs, yes. Branbrick and the rest of the group found the butler who they had tied up and left there, the guy who they recognized now from a flashback type vision as they woke up the previous morning as the fellow who was leading them through the woods somewhere and had cooked up a lovely lamb stew that the group ate and lost consciousness afterwards in their past memories that they've not received back, but they have hopes that they might receive it back, as the local cleric explained a ritual that he could restore possibly their memories while purging them of this worm creature. However, Branbreck, having remembered some of this the previous evening as well, now recognized and had a very hearty suspicion of this butler. And not taking him at face value, he perceived an eagerness to be away from there and a certain deception in his tone and eyes and voice. And Branbreck knew that this fellow was not, in fact, free from whatever influence was on him, and whether he was one of the primary motivators or still held in thrall by the worm creatures, he was definitely an enemy still. So he promptly snuck attack and killed him to death. And during that exchange and afterwards,
I thought he knocked him.
He knocked him out.
Didn't you knock him out?
Yeah, and
Bran, or
and then killed him. It's kind of a knockout murder combo.
you did? Oh,
I saw the guy we strapped to the stairs.
You for
The butler?
The butler, yeah.
You referring to the butler?
The butler.
No, he'd be dead.
Oh, I thought you knocked him out.
I mean,
probably would have more of
it's kind of like that permanent knockout, that like
He died from kicking injuries.
that forever knockout.
I guess I'll just go with that. I'll just say Dakren was like, why isn't he waking up? Like, he's been knocked out for hours.
We literally gave it over to the guy to dissect him.
and then he chopped off his head.
Okay, maybe I do remember.
So that's why
You just suppressed that Branbreck outburst.
Well, I remember we brought somebody else's head, but anyway, that's fine. We'll just go.
And then
Where's the butler? Yeah. That head you have looks familiar.
Also,
who did we strap to the stairs?
That was the butler.
We strapped somebody to the stair rail.
Yeah, that was the butler.
The butler was the one that you guys tied to the stairwell. He's the one that tried to poison me, the one I had the most distinct vision of that tricked me in the first place. And then, with a good insight check, I realized he was lying through his teeth and was totally planning to betray us, and he was still under the influence. So I killed him.
That is accurate.
I failed to discuss that with you guys before I took action.
It's my fault. I was tuning my harp and didn't notice.
True. And
I stuck a bad string for screams.
And while you were tuning your harp, Dakren was doing a medicine check on the poor Candace Westfall, who had not regained consciousness after the ceremony. During that time, Jordan was very concerned about his sister's well-being, asking Dakren to check on her, and was kind of like, hand on his shoulder while he was doing that, during which time he made a fairly high sleight of hand roll, and Dakren being
Dakren.
Branbreck. Oh my gosh! I quit. I just can't play. I can't play D&D anymore. Sorry, guys. Nope. That's it. I'm done now.
The funny thing is, every time you say Dakren or Branbreck, in my mind, I know which one you're referring to.
Right. Yeah, just context clues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, while Dwarf Man was killing the butler,
that'll work.
Half Elf Boy was looking at the sister. Yes, which is why I don't know if you remember, but earlier in that I had asked what your passive perception was, Dakren, to see if he noticed and what he was trying to beat there. So he ended up getting 18 on the die, which was pretty good for a sleight of hand for this fellow. And
Very nice.
yeah. But not knowing, they all went down to go visit the cleric. Jordan Westfall, the son of Dakren's former commander, who had contacted him. You guys found in a letter, although you'd forgotten, due to the worm's influence, and asked him to go retrieve his children from Galen Falls. So they, together, you guys all went down to your good buddy Bertrand Bell, cleric of the Dawnfather, who was helping you guys out at the local temple, researching the worm to see what he could do. You guys went in there, hung out for a bit. After a moment or two, Branbreck and Hargis decided they were going to go back up to the mansion, check out what was there, see if there's any loot available, try and subsidize some of their ritual requirements, as Father Bertrand Bell explained that each casting of this restoration spell would require 100 gold worth of diamond dust as the material component, as well as a living worm creature from one of those skulls that you had killed, one of the people you had killed before. And so Branbreck and Hargis went on their way, while Dakren and Father Bertrand, as well as your good buddy Jasper, all carried some of the bodies back into, or the body of, it was the body of the butler, actually. You brought him back into one of the back rooms there for the surgery necessary to extract the worm, one of these worms that would be necessary for the restoration ritual. While back in that room, Dakren thought he'd ask Father Bertrand to look at this strange heart-shaped crystal with the dark energy that was glowing in it during the ritual that Lord Westfall had been using as some sort of arcane focus. And as he checked his pockets, looking for where this crystal was, he realized it was no longer on his person.
Question.
Yes.
Did you mean Galen or Westfall there?
God. That was Lord Galen, who had the crystal. Did I say Lord Westfall?
I was like, you said Westfall, and I was like, wait, Westfall's the big bad? What's going on here?
Yes.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Westfall.
Jordan took it. So.
Realizing the crystal was gone, Dakren hurriedly left the back rooms to go see if the Westfall kids had it. When he got back in that front area where they were waiting around, he discovered the Westfall children were gone. So we come into the scene now with Dakren and Jasper having just realized that the Westfall kids are gone, apparently having stolen this crystal from Dakren while he was doing the search, while Branbreck and Hargis are up on their way, a good ways up. I'd say probably about halfway up to the mansion. And that's where we join our story here. So I guess we'll say first things first, as Bran and Hargis are just kind of moseying their way up to the mansion to check things out. We'll leave them on their mosey. Jasper and Dakren are there kind of in this moment of realization and somewhat panic. What do you want to do, Dakren?
Jasper behind the kids. Did he?
He helped you guys. He helped you guys carry it back into the back room. Helped you guys carry the body into the back room. Yep.
Okay. I remember I looked outside, just like up in the street quick. I don't saw anything.
Okay, so
I mean, would he have seen us? Because I imagine we weren't moving quickly back to the.
It had been.
Well, we were back in the back room for a while.
Okay.
You guys left, and then they talked for a bit, and then they carried the body into the back room. They talked for a bit. So you guys
It's
are
been about 5 minutes,
Something like
but that's long enough for you guys to make your way up the road
Yeah.
fairly well. So yeah, I don't see anything up and down the street, right?
make a perception check as you burst open the doors of the temple and start looking around.
14.
14. Okay. I'd say that as you're looking southward you're on the northern extent of the town now, standing on the steps of the temple there, you can look out ahead of you and you see people walking kind of up towards you, walking northward, and occasionally you'll see kind of like a guy who kind of like arched an eye and looks over his shoulder and continues walking up the street.
Okay, I'm gonna run direction and walk up to one of those people and just kind of look down the street again and say, "You there, sir? Did you see a young man past here just now?"
Yes, it was somewhat strange. They were walking down that way.
Both of them
large,
were walking?
A large man. He had a woman like draped over his shoulders, and yes, they
Okay, yeah. Which way?
continue down along the western portion of the town. The road curves along that way, and yeah, you're just kind of in this area with about a 15-foot wide road between the houses and shops on either side that kind of carries us on the road there.
Okay, I'm just gonna rush as fast as I can, just say thanks, and just start running in the direction that he said, looking for him.
Jasper continues running along with you, and he looks up and he's like, how are you doing, Dakren? And you can see he's kind of like hobbling along, like kind of holding his ribs, just like, how'd you fare on that last battle?
You look a little worse off than I was. I had time to patch a couple moons, but I'm too tired to some of my more interesting abilities. But I'm fine. If you need to stay behind, I can go ahead.
No, it's all right. All right, I think I'm all right to go. I just I'm running low on arrows. I used up all of my that new one, that sparkly one that hits him really. I used them all up, but I've still got some of the old fire arrows that I shoot. So just so you know.
All right.
Just don't look for any more big ones for me.
That's fine.
You
don't.
What was that, Scott?
As long as
me and Brandrick are going to the back to the castle or burg.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll get to you guys in a second. So I was just gonna we'll.
No, I was
we're like
trying to nail everybody down here.
Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway, yeah. Like, hopefully we won't need any of your big guns just yet, but yeah.
Well, that's good.
Just find them first and see why they took that. I'm not happy with. I trusted those kids.
Right. Okay. So yeah, you guys keep running down the street, and say about 5 minutes later of kind of running around and checking. Why don't you make another perception check as you're kind of looking in this new curve of the houses there and the shops surrounding you, and see what you see.
10.
10. So yeah, you're kind of looking around, and for a moment there, it looks like there's really nothing going on. There's some people standing around, kind of walking up around the area. It's not devoid. You can see you're in kind of a market area. There's a small stand off to the side with some vegetables like set out on the side. People bundled up in their big furry coats because it is on the early part of winter here, and there's people like arrayed in this area selling various goods, but at the moment you don't seem to notice any sign of your quarry.
All right, yeah, I'll just to one of the shopkeepers, I guess, and just say, "Did you see a man holding a woman? They were bandits. They stole from me. Do you know which? They passed through here."
bandits. That is. I am sorry to hear. Whew, let me see what my perception is like. Uh, I'm very sorry. I've just been stacking my vegetables here. I didn't see anything. Perhaps. Do you know where they would be going? Any? Is there a? I mean, I don't know of any bandit hideouts around here.
Do you know? Do you know who do you know who Westfall kids are?
Westfalls. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I. Are they a family in town?
I just run off.
Okay.
I'm done with this.
All right.
I'm just
All right, come again.
and then I just run off. And
All right. As
is there like is there higher ground, like a hill to the side?
there
to
are
something that I
there are buildings. Yeah. So the way the town works, and as you're running too, you can see there is a hill in kind of the center portion of town. It would take crossing over kind of the like the center portion of the town. Town's kind of arrayed in two rings. There's like an outer ring of buildings, then an inner ring, a large street between them, and then in the very center of town is this this large rocky hill that kind of comes up in the center of the whole town. So you could.
Okay. Maybe is there a building that I could climb, like a barrel or something? I could
make a perception check.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna try and just go to the closest building and see if I can scroll up and get there.
Okay.
4.
4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so you see, I mean, there's buildings all over. So you're looking for a good place to run up. And you see like a scaffolding coming off, like an awning with some scaffoldings. It looks like they push it up to get a covering over one of the stalls that are there. So you think, yeah, that's a good spot to try and get up. So why don't you go ahead and
I'll go and
make an athletics check to get on up there.
All right, athletics I'm good at. We'll see, though. 9. Rolling bad.
So you run up to this canopy and you're just alley-oop and you jump up and grab onto the edge of this awning and just doing this muscle up and it just snaps. And the whole thing, like, you flip over, kind of land on your back. You're only a few feet off the ground, so you don't take any damage, but as it comes crashing down, you hear an older woman and they go, "Oh, what's going on?" And you can see she's covered in this tarp, just like shuffling it around. We'll see. Hold on.
Just keep
just terrorizing.
I was like, "Sorry, grandmother."
All right. What are we doing? What's the plan here?
Well, you're no Aladdin.
I'm just trying to get a better vantage point. I can't really. I'm trying to see as much of the city as possible. See if we can at least get a glimpse of them.
Right. Okay.
Shall we
vantage point. Let's see if. Boy, it's hard to see things around here. I'm very short. Wait, I have an idea.
He's a gnome.
I'll just jump up on your shoulders. How about that? You could probably just bed.
Isn't that like meaning for you? Or
perhaps if I requested, it's okay. I mean, if you just do it, if you just pick up a gnome, of course that's just rude. You don't just pick someone up. But if in this situation, I'm using you as sort of a stepping stool. So if anything, it's an insult to your pride, if anything. So.
That sounds fine to me. I'm up for anything.
He walks in front of you, and he puts his hands up. You pick him up.
To the onlookers, it looked very much like a child asking for upsies with their dad.
Yep. So Jasper's standing on your shoulder now, and he's kind of balancing there. Just make an athletics while Jasper makes acrobatics. Yeah.
If an adult-looking boy could look child, that is.
24.
And he got an 18 on his acrobatics, so he's perched there looking around, and we'll see if he can make any headway on a... Oh, hey, there we go. Oh, 19 on the die. All right, so he's standing there looking around, and he kind of squints his eyes, and he goes, "Those people over there, the ones across the row, they're looking... They're like all whispery to each other, like concerned or something. they're yeah. Let's go check them out. And you can see as you start, jumping off and walking down that way. There's a stand, a cobbler
You want to know?
essentially. There's a bunch of shoes set up on an
There's
outside
wedding
display.
type ice cream in there.
If
I
you need to
suppose you're
mute
going
your
to fix this
if you need to mute your mic, Scott, just
Oh,
no, it's
sorry.
okay. If you need to mute it, just
I got distracted by a squirrel.
So yeah, you guys go running up, and there's this cobbler there, and he's talking to a teenage boy next to him, kind of an older guy sitting there, and he's like holding a pair of shoes, and he's got this concerned look on his face, and they're both chatting off to the side and kind of glancing at the shop across the street from them. So you could those are the ones that Jasper pointed out as being concerned, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I'll rush up to them then.
He comes walking up and he sees you and goes, "Oh, hello, sir. Hello. Good to see you. How can I help you? Would you care for some new boots?"
I'm looking for a young man who's holding a woman. He probably rushed past here not too long ago.
Yes. It was actually rather strange. A man came and was holding a woman. They rushed into Petunia's shop there. She seemed injured or something. I don't know. But yes, they went into Petunia. Many people go there if they are injured. So, but yes, she seemed not well.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm gonna rush over towards Petunia's shop, but I'm gonna put Jasper down, and I'll say I'm gonna go around back just in case they're trying to throw us off something, and like I'm out a window. Why don't you just go inside in the front to see if you need help, or see if you can see him, and if you need help, just holler, and I'll come around front again. Sound good?
Sure. Should we check the windows first? We could. I mean, there are some.
Go ahead and
there.
check the windows in the front. You can check those in the front. I'll check just outside and.
Okay. Yeah. So as you're walking up, actually, and just as in interest of you not having the complete vision in your head. So as you're like walking up to go around the shop, there's a cup facing windows on either side of a door. So as you're walking by, you could literally just look in through one of those windows.
Okay, yeah, I'm kind of trying not to be seen either.
Yeah, so stealth check first.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
And are you going up to the window on the right-hand side or the left-hand side as you approach the door?
Yeah, I'll go on the right-hand side and just sort of like peek in as I go by, sort of clandestinely here. Natural 20.
20, okay.
Plus 2.
All right,
22.
so you just glide up to this window and just kind of peek your eye around the sill. And as you're looking there, go ahead and make another perception check.
6.
6 total? You look and you peek your eye through the window and you see like a fern, just like a bunch of leaves in front of you. And on the other side of that fern, probably the occasional shadowed figure moving by. It looks like there's movement in there, but boy, with a 6, that is really, really bad.
I'm just gonna start moving towards the back. Then I'll just kind of gesture to Jasper to like go in, be cool. I'll be around back just in case.
You want me to go in when, now or later or what?
I'll do watch. Wait 5 seconds. I'll just watch the back just in case.
All right. So wait 5 seconds and then go in.
Yeah, starting now, and I'll rush to the back corner and just sort of scope out the building.
So you come running around to the back.
About 3 seconds ago.
And you get to the back there. And as you're kind of getting to the back and looking around, there are more windows in the back. And you kind of look through, and it looks to be curtained windows. You can't really see in to the back area.
Is there a door in the back too?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna watch it real.
Okay.
Just kind of look, see if anything.
Well, the camera pans back around from the back as Jasper sits there and he goes, 1005. And he goes to the door and he opens it and pushes it open. And you see from his perspective, his eyes get wide and he goes, Dakren! And we'll cut. And you hear him call your name from the front. And we'll cut back to Branbreck and Hargis, who have been moseying their way up and have arrived at the front of the mansion at this point.
Well, you never invite a North Hillsman when there's sushi and snow cones involved. Okay, sorry, I just had to put that in because he is, animated.
Makes sense. Checks out.
All the way up the hill.
All right. We did lose video for you, Austin. I'm not sure if you're aware. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so you guys get up to the front of the mansion, and you walk right in, and you're back in that large open foyer. The sliding panel doors to your left and right, which on the right-hand side goes into the billiards room. Left-hand side goes into the library and kind of a lounge. Straight back ahead of you to the very back of the house is a dining area, and then the two curving staircases that go up to the second floor. So you're kind of looking around, and you have this the whole place open to you there.
Let me kind of make a makeshift map here. Mm-hmm. Is it just a staircase to the left is dining?
Dining would be straight ahead.
And to the right? Okay.
Yep, to the left is the library and kind of lounge area. Excuse me, where you were reading, Branbreck, the kind of town history about how Lord Galen, being such a great guy, came in and took this undeveloped land, underused, and developed it into the great town of Galen Falls.
And where are the stairs again?
As you're looking from the front door, halfway through the foyer, two large curving staircases. One curves up to the left, one curves up to the right. They both go up to a balcony on the second floor. Nice. The balcony kind of looks down into the foyer. A rather elaborate chandelier kind of hangs there in the center of the foyer.
Oh, look to Brandrick. All right, pick your poison, laddie. Anyway, I think he would like to go to the right.
Okay. Into the billiard room or into the game room or?
He's been curiously quiet the whole time I've been talking.
I think either you're muted or maybe we lost audio for you, Bran.
He said I'll be right back on the internal channel. That was 5 minutes.
Oh, gotcha. I missed that. Okay. All right, so let's say you want to mosey upstairs, or do you want to check out downstairs? Bran would have told you on the way up
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
So Bran would have told you on the way up. He checked out the billiards room. It has some games and tables and that sort of thing, some darts. The library, Bran was also in. It has books and some comfy couches. And they both kind of open up into the back dining room area and the kitchen on the right-hand side. So I'd say... and then it was down through the pantry and the kitchen that goes downstairs into the basement area, and below that the tunnels, the kind of this ritual chamber where you interrupted Lord Galen's strange ritual.
Okay. We were more or less casing it just to find where his wealth was so we could afford to pay for these surgeries, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely one thing I would think that was on your mind, aside from maybe just straight financial gain, in a non...
I think that was the only reason I had originally for coming here, was to see what we could find to help him pay for his underhanded deeds and misgivings towards us.
Yep, that's fair.
Well, I think the price of these materials is weighing heavily on all of us.
As well it should.
So maybe we should clear the top floors first so we don't leave anything behind, and then we can head down into the labyrinth.
Okay.
Yeah, so generally I just wanted to investigate the house to see if we could find a safe room or where he may have kept goods or otherwise that were like a treasury or something that way. That's
Okay.
what I was mainly going to look
Okay.
for.
So where do you want to go? You want to go upstairs or downstairs, or check out the library, or what? You want to go?
I assume upstairs
Okay.
first.
So you go coming up the stairs. You see a series of rooms to your right. The doors are much more closely spaced. On the right, you see 2 in front of you and 3 on the right hand side of the house. To your left, you see a single door on the left side of the house.
Are are any of those doors locked, or they all seem to be
As you go to the
ajar?
2 in
Or
front of you, you open them and look in. It's a nicely furnished room, but fairly simple. Nothing extraordinary, elaborate here. But there's a nice bed, good sheets, good furniture around. Big thick rug underneath the bed and underneath a chair in the corner.
okay,
And checking the rooms next to that, they're somewhat similar. The 2 smaller rooms down on the far right hand side are a little more simply furnished. You can tell, not quite as nice. Just peeking into each one, and as you move over to the far left room, the left side of the house, the west wing, if you will, you try that handle, and it is locked.
okay. Uh, did we grab Lord Galen's body?
No.
We didn't search it at all, did we?
I think curb stomped it into kind of like a jellyish substance, if I recall.
I imagine any keys he had on him, or otherwise weren't turned into jelly. So let's go. We probably should go grab that body first.
Not
Alright.
not to tell you how to run your character too much, but you are a rogue.
I'm
Okay.
aware,
Okay. All right.
but when a key's available, why use that over breaking a lock?
True. Very true. Okay. So you go sprinting your way back down to at a hurried pace, I would assume. You remember it took you about 10 minutes to get
Well,
down.
as far as I'm aware, we've
Yeah,
solved
all the time
everything.
in the
We're just
world.
investigating the
Okay,
house.
yeah, you
So
mosey.
all the
You
time in the
mosey.
world,
Okay.
just casually taking our time, resting up. Not going more than 2 flights of stairs.
Yep. So you guys mosey your way.
We're taking our time.
Mosey your way back down to the basement. You get back to that puddle of moosh that was formerly Lord Galen, that mutated into this horrible tentacled monstrosity that you dealt with. You see the remnants of his cloak and robe that kind of ripped during the process, and you can, why don't you go ahead and make an investigation check on his goopy gooshy body.
Is it like taking a paper towel out of a big pile of pudding or like jelly?
Yeah, like the wrapping that comes in old ground beef or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I'll just stand watch while you do that.
I saw worse things during the war. This one's not nearly as bad. At least I know what killed it and what it was.
Well, you know what killed it. Some question on what it was, maybe, but
It's still meat. But yeah, just go through his clothing and personal
Okay.
belongings of him and the servants in the room and see if I find any keys or anything, personal belongings that way, or oddities,
Yeah.
or what do they have on them. Obviously, I'm going to ignore a paperclip, but
Out of
Yeah.
impatience, I'll help him look.
Go ahead and make an investigation check on. We'll say you're focused on Lord Galen first here. You're going to help
Okay,
him look, Hargis, so go ahead
investigation.
and make it with advantage,
Yes.
Bran.
Okay, first roll is a 16 plus 2, so 18, and second roll is probably not going to be better. It was also good. 16. So 18.
Okay, yeah. So as you're kind of looking around, it takes a little while because you're having to like move these bigger chunks out of the way, and it takes you a while to find like where the pockets were on this robe he was wearing, and you eventually find it kind of had fallen
I
down.
didn't extract the robe from the
Exactly,
carnage.
yeah. But it takes a minute. You got to find the tie and the buttons. You know, it's partially buttoned. You get it off eventually. You just kind of and pull it away, and they're actually in the inside pocket of the coat. You do find a small ring of keys.
Okay, perfect. I'll grab that. I was going to ask. I can't just squeeze them out of the clothing like an icing topper.
You know, you think about it, I'd say, and you realize that would be more trouble than it's worth because you have to get a tight seal on the bottom part to get the roll going. You know, otherwise it'll just squeeze out the bottom and the top. And there's still some bones in there, so yeah, it's just easier just to cut them away and just pull off. So, but yeah, you do find a small ring of keys in there, and you can look through that and you realize, okay, this looks promising.
Okay. While we're down here, there's no just looking around the walls and doorways. Is there anything that we missed? Like, is this just a centralized chamber that goes back up those same stairs? There's not like an offshoot room or anything like that we can see in this chamber?
With the time you spent in here looking around, you'd be able to ascertain that there's nothing that you can find that looks like any sort of additional chamber off of this. This seems to be a deep, dark, cold place that ends here, kind of a thing.
Okay. And the others didn't seem to have anything on them other than the clothing that is no longer fine.
Yeah. You're kind of looking around and you're just seeing how they're dressed, and they look like kind of basic serving staff, all very humbly.
Well, I'll spin that ring of keys on my finger and stop once I notice that I'm getting flecks of something on my face. And then say, well, let's go back up and see what loot we can find. Rothan?
All right, so you
I'm with you.
mosey your way back up, and
Hey, laddie.
Just whistling while jingling the keys.
And back up to that west wing, the large single door on the left side, and go through the keys one by one. You find one that fits on there. There are 3 keys. There are 4 keys. There are 4 keys on there.
I was expecting you to say 40, and I was just gonna start counting.
There are no.
2,
only four. So it doesn't take long to cycle through, and you find the key that works on there, and you unlock the door and kind of roll it. It rolls along the wall, kind of like the way the downstairs one did. A lot of these doors don't seem to swing in; they kind of just roll backwards. And you look into a very nicely furnished room. Right in front of it, there's like a big chair next to a fireplace. You can see in there, there's a bookcase to the left, bookcase to the right. Across on the far left side of the room, there's a large bed up against a window. You can, if you were to make a very low investigation or insight, you'd see that this is most likely Lord Galen's personal room.
Okay. Well,
I wonder why you need to lock it.
Well, he's got to have something in here he doesn't want us to find. Let's pay attention to traps now and see what we can find in this room, eh?
Okay.
So, let's make, start casing the room. Whatever checks that you would like me to do for that, to either check the behind the bookcases, do the bookcases don't move, is there secret entrances, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, he's in there. Would I have the ability to just listen?
Sure. Yeah.
You understand what I mean?
Make a as you walk into the room. Make a perception check to do kind of your feel for the space before Dakren starts cutting open seat cushions.
12, and I think I have
Brandbreck.
So 14.
Dwarf man.
McDorferson.
I'm actually going to spend a spell slot and cast Unseen Servant and tell Philip, my servant, to assist me in casing the room.
How's your perception there?
14 altogether.
Okay, yeah, you're kind of looking around, and as Bran kind of walks past you, looking around the room, all seems very quiet, very still. And as you guys start making the rounds, Bran, why don't you make an investigation with advantage, and Hargis, why don't you just make a investigation? You can say if you're going to focus on any particular thing first.
I was going to check the bookcases first and then the desk.
Investigation.
After that, I rolled the same thing twice. Total 20.
Okay.
Non-natural.
And what are you checking out, Hargis?
Well, first off, I'm going to take the step of just closing the door, so nothing can just immediately run in on us. And then
you could always lock it.
Are you going to...
I'm going to start with the wall.
Check out the...
I'll take the time to lock it.
You see Bran walks in and he's looking at these two big bookcases. As you walk into the room, he moves to the right and starts looking around at these big bookcases. You look off to the left, and there's like a dresser and the bed off to the left. Some chairs and stuff.
First off, pull the dresser out from the wall, and then check the drawers, of course.
All right, and what was your investigation total?
15.
Okay. So you start looking around. You find in the top drawer of the dresser, as you look behind it. Seems to be nothing there. You start looking through the drawers of this thing. You find a small, jewelry box looking thing, just made of dark wood. Pull it out, open it up, and you can see a number of rings in there and other types of jewelry. So it looks like there's a fair selection of jewelry in here. And you kind of just keep looking through the drawers, and most of what you're seeing is just clothes and things like that. There's another wardrobe filled with fine jackets and coats and things like that spread around. Bran, as you start looking through the bookcases and stuff, you kind of step back and take a little look, just trying to get a big picture view of what's going on here, and then kind of being of the subterfuge inclined, you start looking on the floor and around the edges of the bookcase and things like that, and you notice along the ground, going in front of the door, very fine scratch marks that seem parallel to the wall, and just the faintest little lines that kind of run parallel to the wall. And so you start looking around this bookcase and moving around, and eventually you kind of move your hands along, and then far to the side in the center part of one of the supports of the bookcase, there's a little button that you are able to push, and then you slide the whole bookcase, and it covers the door that you came in. And as it slides away, you can see on the far left side a small passage that seems to enter into the wall and go behind the bookcase.
All right. Philip, we've cracked the case. After you, be sure to pay attention to the walls.
So you peek into the space behind the bookcase there, and you look in. It's very dark, but with your dark vision, you can see a set of stairs running around and going up.
I'll light a torch just to not give us disadvantage, so we can see what we're looking at more properly, the color and everything that way. Dark vision's fine, but when you can have light...
Sure, why not? Okay, so yeah...
Listen, my perception is bad anyways. I don't need a -5 to it.
Hargis, you moving in after him? Yeah? Okay,
yes.
So you guys start making your way...
And I'll go ahead and
Philip is in front.
Hargis, not Philip.
Yeah. You guys...
In fact, I hand the torch to Philip.
Yeah,
so there's just a floating torch.
What the hey horses, lad? That sounded pretty good.
Horses.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You guys...
Still fun of my voice here.
Okay, so you move up this dark staircase, and make your way into a small opening that goes just through the ceiling of this very dark space. The torch floats up, and you can see it float up through this into a much larger space above you. And the torch is there kind of on the inside of this larger space above the stairway.
So it's a hidden space from the attic.
Looks
Probably.
like a hidden attic space kind of a situation.
Ooh.
Yes. Ooh, yes. I hope there's no
as you
children.
guys move up into it, you kind of peek around each other, Little Rascal style, Hargis looking over Bran's head as you peek into this room. You see from the left and right again, you see these large tables that are on the left and right, and then straight ahead towards the far end of this attic space, another large table with these big glass tanks emanating this soft purplish light that is coming there, just kind of emanating outwards, and there's a clouded kind of frosted glass on there. It's hard to see what's there. If you guys want, you can kind of make a...
He found his grow room.
Is there a doorway into this area at all?
No, you kind of came in through the secret entrance behind the bookcase and then just walked straight up into this space. So it just goes straight into the area.
Okay. Well, I will cast Mage Hand. And I'll say, Philip, assist me with this. I'm going to stay as far away as I can. And Philip in my Mage Hand will move forward and start touching things.
Okay.
Because I'm not very wise, but I'm at least cautious.
What would you like to touch first?
I think it's further than 30 feet away from me, the blue tinted glass.
Yeah, the big glass jars. Yeah, they're a bit further away than 30 foot. Yeah.
And my spectral hand, because I'm trying to be quiet, is going to do hand motions to Philip to direct him.
We'll say your psychic connection with him. You can bonus action control your unseen sermon. So.
True, but just mental images are easier to form. So I do the little finger towards, and then point, and then the military move out kind of thing. Anyways, just kind of want to touch the tables. Philip is holding the light or the torch, so he should be. From our position, we probably can see a lot better because I don't know what the lighting is in this room other than those light faint glows.
Yeah, so from here it's a little difficult to see just because of the angle. You're basically in the stairway looking up, and you can see tables there, but you can't see what's on top of them. So you go to the left side or to the right side?
Go to the left first.
You go to the left, and the unseen servant starts slapping things. And at one point you hear and eventually you hear
Philip found something and made noises. Philip, pinch it.
Philip gives it a good tweak, and there's a
Okay, move on. We now know that that's still alive. And I'll get ready.
You move along to the other tables on the other side, and slapping and slapping. Eventually, there's and you hear
I got my stick out,
and he kind of moves along and starts slapping, and eventually there's another sound.
Are these coming from the same table or different tables?
There seem to be two largish tables on that side, and it's kind of the same with the other side. There's two largish tables over there. So this they're set up so that they're yeah, on the right hand side there seemed to be two sounds that came. On the left hand side there was just the one sound, kind of on the tables, closer towards the tank.
So there's one on the west side of the building that has one, and then there's two nastier sounding ones on the east side.
Yes.
Unseen Servant technically can't attack. However, he can do basic servant-like things.
That's very true.
So he can leave a torch on top of a creature.
Okay, so you...
But I don't know if that's what I want to do. First, Philip, go touch the blue glowy stuff and see what happens. Yeah. See if you can pick it up. If it's something a natural servant can do, if it can lift it, grab it, or bring it, see if he can grab one of the glass.
Get this perception of him putting his arms out like this, you know, and he like kind of wiggles it, and it seems like
the torch is just clacking against the side.
Yeah, he's still holding it in the one hand. Conk, conk, conk. Now kind of backlit, you can see this misty, murky thing. There's like a slight kind of swirling motion in it.
Let's break it.
Do you want to break it from here?
I've got the urge.
I kind of want to know if there's anything inside. Philip, are you able to get inside the tank at all?
Yeah, he could. It's he gets up on top, unseen, but you have this mental image of him like stepping on top. He's holding a torch. He puts.
I imagine he's grumbling.
Puts a foot into the tank.
Ungrateful, unseen servant.
Yeah, just
Pick a foot out from under
what
it.
a life I have, and he puts his foot in there.
My master sucks.
Yeah, there's like kind of a swirling motion, but
Philip, if there's anything in the tank, grab it and bring it to me.
Reaches in there and starts like rooting around,
scooping around.
I'm not as bad.
Nothing much seems to happen. Just like it's swirling around in there.
Okay. Not finding anything, Philip. Just bring back some of the liquid if there is any in it.
He scoops. He's going to have to drop a hand because it'll dribble out. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he puts the torch in his mouth.
His spectral mouth is now hanging sideways, and he comes back with a little scoop of floating water that just kind of dribbles off to the side. After all these shenanigans, after a few minutes, you hear a kind of a strained like help coming from the left of the room.
Philip, after you bring that here, go help that sir.
Philip walks back over to the he splashes some water on the ground.
You're a snooty dwarf.
Well, no, I wanted to smell the water first, or at least examine it first, and then after that he can drop the water and go help the person.
Investigation or perception.
Okay. I'll investigate that.
I'll stir it with my stick.
That's a 16.
It has a similar smell to it. It has the vague odor of that body you were recently elbows deep in downstairs. A similar sort of slight viscosity to the liquid. It's not quite pure water. It seems to be a little bit thicker.
This is a question if this is wisdom or not, but do I know that this is not bathwater?
It depends on where you're taking baths. Maybe it is.
Should always be careful of Jardia.
Yeah. So.
All right, Philip, you can dispose of that, please, away from me, and please go investigate the help, the person that has requested help, and assist them to their sitting position, probably.
You see, in your mind, kind of reaching down, trying to pull on something. It can't seem to pull up whatever it is, but as it's trying, you hear again that, what's going on?
Excuse me, sir. I'll actually say this out loud this time.
Help!
I'm just gonna
What?
walk over there and see who we're talking to.
Feel free.
You walk up into the room and you take a look at this guy over there. I assume Philip is still holding the torch, and you see a very large lamp to the table. He's wearing nothing but some small clothes, just a pair of shorts. He's got a very large kind of tube going from a tank that's dripping into him, and it seems to have, or it was, it's laying there on the table next to him. It seems to have been dislodged during some of these shenanigans with Philip, and is kind of dribbling out on the side there. Big, beefy guy, dark hair, laying there. Just a big guy, just like,
Does he look familiar?
you wouldn't know, Bran.
Well, I'm not getting closer yet.
But no, he's just there on the
How about
table,
me?
just like he kind of makes eye contact. He just goes, "Get me out of here!" And he just struggles with these bonds, these big leather
Okay.
bonds that are like strapped him down to the table in several places on his arms and legs.
Just pull out the snips. Yep.
Okay, yeah, start cutting him.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut him loose. He's obviously
Yeah.
coherent. He's not like the previous people we met.
What?
And I got the stick if he really gives us
Okay.
trouble.
Hagar, maybe you should have checked his neck first.
All right,
Oh.
as you cut the final strap, he starts to sit up, and what does he say, Dexter?
Oh, this is Dexter.
I suppose you'll blame this on bad beans, will you? Oh, wait a minute, that's my goat. Never mind.
I do not usually eat beans.
Dexter, you the last thing you remember is
Livable
seeing
for-
this one of these strange bodies that ravaged in the woods that you'd been coming across, just torn to pieces in bizarre ways, and you started tracking it back and looking for its source. And after looking after it for some hours, you actually came upon the edge of a well-known estate. And you thought to yourself, man, there could be some kind of strange, dangerous beast running around Lord Galen's estate. So you, like the good citizen you were, you went up there and started talking to the butler, Mr. Lavoy, who you've known for years, not well, but you've known the guy. And as you're sitting there waiting, telling him your concerns about this strange beast walking around that you'd seen, maybe it had been ravaging things, and maybe it was on the property, he served you a hearty bowl of this delicious lamb stew that he is well known for. And the last thing you remember is kind of finishing off that bowl while he told you that Mr. Galen would be down to see you in a moment. And that's when blackness took you, and now you wake up here.
You should learn how to hold your food in.
This is why I make my own food.
That's true.
Where is the butler?
Oh,
Nice.
he's lost his head at the moment.
He's fleeing deceased. Not of this world.
That is probably for the best.
We gave him a good kicking until Kendi came out.
And as this increased talking and noise continues, you look off to the other side of the room where two more bodies are strapped to tables, struggling more and more. And as they start to pull on the bonds, they like banana peel the flesh off of their arms and escape the bounds, and then sit up, and just these bloody, horrible monsters just like and start lurching towards you guys. And that's probably a good spot to roll some initiative for you guys as you look into these.
Do you want to pause there? Because if the other group's going to get into combat, we could just do the combat
We're going to do them at the same time, so I'll get you guys while you guys have just come into the scene. Is my... What's going on
Okay.
here? We are going to do... Oh, come on. Work with me here. Why is my video not coming on? Shoot. Well, that's anticlimactic.
Which video?
Let me check my feed here. It might have gone inactive because it was sitting for so long.
I mean, we can see the board.
Yeah, we can see just fine.
Now it's gone.
Oh, I don't think his headphones, so
Yeah, I think he can't hear us.
maybe that wasn't supposed to be on. Maybe it ruined the surprise a little.
Maybe.
Is that
So frustrating.
power shop?
Can you hear us right now?
Again.
Just so you know, we could see the board.
You could see it the whole time? Oh.
Yes.
Yeah,
I disabled video.
And that side.
I was curious.
Can you see it now?
Yes, but now it's sideways.
yeah, but I
Oh my
was.
gosh, I quit. I hit disable video here and I could see nothing. And now I can't see anything still.
I mean, that's why I said, ooh, blue.
My. I thought
Earlier
you
when
just
you
saw
turned
me
on the
holding
thing.
this thing. Friggin' A. I quit. I hate the internet. I still can't. You guys can see it?
Don't worry.
I mean, it didn't ruin any surprise. I was
No.
interested to know what was going to happen.
I just now, like a couple minutes ago, realized, oh, that's probably the flower shop. So yeah, no, don't worry about it.
How do I reactivate this stupid thing? Okay, there it goes. All right, let me try and get it to face the right way. Hold on.
Oh, I know what happened. I think you pushed table video. That just disables it yourself. So that's probably what happened.
Oh, yeah, he probably disabled it just for himself.
Yeah, because you can mute other people just from your point of view.
Yeah. That's probably what he did.
They're not
So it's
normal
a good...
people anymore. So there. Shows you what you guys know.
I mean, on the bright side, I was about to stab all the bodies on the tables. So it's a good thing we didn't go with that.
Don't
Here's,
even look at it.
Here's kind of what you're looking at here. Kind of a nasty, bloody boy.
Ew.
Ew.
I mean, somebody should see that.
That is so frustrating.
Aaron, I don't know if you heard, but I know what happened. You press disable video. That just disables it for you. It's like muting somebody so that you.
So I have to.
If they're
I have to
distracting
do
you,
it on that camera.
so you actually have to do.
Yeah, you have to do it on that. Hey, no, it's amazing. I like what you did with the flower shop and that area. That's cool looking.
Gee whiz.
I guess that explains why in past weeks it was always on the whole time.
Yeah, that would explain it. That's.
You wanted that.
All right.
I mean, you could always put the cardboard in front of the camera like you did that.
But I thought
what was it? The last
cool
time.
disable thing. So why would I do that?
Well, you did.
I thought I solved the puzzle.
Disable it for yourself.
You did find a cool disable thing.
In all fairness, you're like the guinea pig DM of this anyway, since you're the first to do it. So, good that we in this stuff.
Focusing.
That's good enough.
I feel when it's my turn, you'll feel much better about yourself.
All right. Well, that was horrific drama. Me not giving you guys information that you already all had. That's just delightful.
Only I had it.
Hey, part of the fun of the Connect the Dot books is knowing what the image is, but seeing what the finished.
Sure. Oh man. Alrighty. Well, you guys are in the room. Hargis.
The DM's gonna kill us now. He's
You're all
upset.
dead. Hargis is over here. This guy's just sitting up, kind of. This jerk over here. I'm gonna kill that guy. Killing him first. You're right here by the side.
I've never seen anybody so irritable about exfoliating.
All right. I'll move this forward just a smidge. There.
Aye, laddie.
And
Let's
now those
get to it.
is coming out of closer to you. That's what you get.
Well, that could be the difference between.
All right. All right. What you guys get for initiative?
14.
13.
14 and 13. What about you?
Yeah, 13.
20 total.
Man, all right.
Ooh.
This guy. He wants vengeance.
Oh, yes.
Deck. Bran, did you have 14? I forget. Okay.
14, yes.
Bran.
I assume Dakren also got 14.
And
I haven't rolled yet.
I know.
why don't you go ahead and roll now? We'll be over to you in a little bit.
We should do like one side and then the other side, not switching back between. I don't know if there's an easy way to
It'll
do that,
be-
but
Have you never run split combats, Austin, before?
I think it'll
I
be
have, but it was I can't remember. But yeah, like I mean, it'd be good if just me, the enemy, and then a backburner, and then like so we're not going, me and Dakren, then I mean, Cranbrick. It's never. He's
all
good.
right.
Austin did it, and he's one of the.
I know. Anyway, yeah. Either way. Anyway, I got a
Got
8.
an 8. Oh my!
My initiative.
Not terrific.
How did we come up with Dakren and Branbreck when I randomly rolled for my name, Austin?
I made mine up, so
Oh, dang. Jasper did really good. You got a 19 on the die. Okay. I mean, the annoying thing is that they're not even that similar. They're just a K sound, a KR. That's all it takes to just break my
there's
brain.
N, an R, and a K,
Bran,
and
Breck.
it's really synapse. Yeah. And
I don't.
hey, Justin, change your name, Bran. Bran, parentheses, Jirakujo.
All right.
And then
Change it
maybe
to
that'll
Dakren.
put into our.
Change it to Dakren.
No, Bakrin with a B.
Bakren.
Oh god.
Somehow I think that would cause less issue.
I'll change my name to Breck Bran.
All right, Ursa, you hear this horrible tearing, groaning sound to the side. You're laying on this large table that you just kind of woke up from, and rising into a sitting position and starting to rotate are these bloody monstrosities that have left the majority of their flesh behind. What would you like to do?
I'm guessing I have nothing with me, like none of my
You
stuff
are
is on me.
naked as the day you were born into this world, except for a small fig leaf, oddly positioned right over your face.
Just
It's
floating
weird.
somehow.
Someone took a lot of time
From the
and effort.
family-friendly tree.
That's my
Some sort
harmonica.
of pixelated glass.
Took a lot of time and effort.
We live in a magical world. What's the problem with there being magic fig leaf underwear?
Apparently that's how it
Age
works.
of Wonder.
You go down to Fig and Berries and you pick up a fig leaf that you like the color and size of. That's the thing. Some guys will get like really big fig leaves, when they go to the spa and they walk around with this monster fig leaf, and you're like, yeah, right. Come on, man. Everyone knows you don't need a fig leaf that big. There's no ladies even here. What are you trying to prove? Get out.
You're not hiding your shame.
You don't know this, but the guys before, they didn't even have fig leaves. They came out really naked. It was awkward for everybody.
Oh man.
Yeah, apparently Lord Galen got tired of it.
They grew closer as friends, a little too close. What are you gonna do? Naked. 2Ks.
Okay, what would I be able to make it over to those guys?
Yeah, so it'll be half your move to stand up, or you could try and like slide down off the table with a pretty low athletics or acrobatics to try and call it acrobatics. All right.
Yeah, I'll try
Just
that.
kind of slide off to maintain your total movement.
That's
17. Yeah, no problem. You kind of just like slide off, hit onto your feet after a small drop. This table is actually kind of high. It's not completely something to write off in the state that you're in, but you're kind of like shaking your head a little bit, and you are on your feet looking at these things, starting to struggle into position.
All right, so I'll just yell out to the other two, "You tell nobody of what you see," and I'll go into a rage.
I keep your priorities straight.
And so I'll run towards the monsters. So this is already a very large. Yeah, he's already a very large and hairy man, like hairier than you've probably seen from anybody. But he bursts forward, and you just see his arms turn into these enormous, like, bear claws as he starts just yelling, "Rah!" And he's going to tear into one of these things.
Go for the one to top there. All right.
Yeah, so, So first attack with claws. Yeah. Or wait, where are we for bonuses? That's going to be a 12.
Actually, as you swing down with your big old bear claw, it managed to barely like slide out of the way, and your claws scrape across the stone top here.
He missed with a 16.
Oh, I only heard 12.
No, it was a 12 on that one.
Okay, 12. Sorry, I misheard it then.
But with my claws, I do get to make an additional attack.
Again.
So it's a little bit. It's going to be a 15. Sweet. So let's do this. So that's going to be 8 damage.
So it kind of lurches to the side, and your claw scrapes off the stone, and you bring your second hand around, just poof, biff it right in the face, and it goes, and is there growling in your face. It is actually that first one's turn, and it is going to kind of just roll off and try and do the same thing. We'll see if he lands on his feet. He doesn't. He goes, oh,
and I don't have my shield.
Drops down in front of you. Uses half its movement to stand up. But turns out he doesn't really want to go anywhere anyway. He wants to stay right next to you. So it's okay that he lost a bunch of movement. And he is going to just likewise tear into you with these bony appendages that you can see are oddly elongated and just gross looking. He's going to make 2 swipes at you as well. Oh gosh. Totally miss. There's claws up, boxer style, and you just bat him out of the way. Yeah, and it's like, and the second one is going to roll off the same. We'll see if he falls on his butt when he gets off. No, he sticks the landing, gets behind you. But now they got you flanked, so he's making 2 attacks with advantage. Does a 17 hit?
Yes.
Second one misses for sure, but you take 6 points of slashing damage as one of these claws goes, and as you're batting with this one guy, he comes and scratches you across the ribs on the side, digging into your flesh. And that'll be the end of his turn. Bran,
cool.
You are up next.
I take it like a champ.
I got you a little dwarf mini, Bran. See how dwarf.
Yeah. And he's dual wielding. Perfect. Yeah, since that's my preferred. Oh dear. Okay, so I'll sheath one of my daggers really quick. And can I tell based on the torchlight what the lighting in this room is? Like, if
It's
the
dim.
torchlight was to go out, would it be pretty much dark in this, or would it be dim?
The kind of glow coming from those back give it maybe an area of dim light right around where they are, but it would be fairly dark in the area of the room where you're standing, towards the stairs there.
All right. Well, action comedy sucks at this moment. I want to do so many things.
There's only one edition, I think we all know. You said action versus comedy, right? Oh,
Comedy.
Action.
I said it real bad.
I thought you said like action versus
Economy.
comedy. I'm like, there's no choice. That's just. There's only one answer: action versus comedy.
But okay, I'm going to. I will take a dagger. I don't know if I can do this as a bonus action. I'm not throwing it as an attack. I'm going to throw it to our new friend and say, use this. Okay. Or is that an action?
Doesn't seem like he needs it, but
you kind of go, here, take this, and kind of chuck it over there towards.
I can't.
Well, make a perception check. Make a perception
you probably
check.
can.
If you see his bear claws. You have dark vision.
You could probably see it.
Dim light here. It's not subtle.
It's not subtle.
So just a perception check. If you
I mean, this is my perception we're talking about here.
5, I'd say you don't see it, but it's pretty obvious.
That would be a 4.
oh my
Amazing.
God.
Yeah.
I rolled
Amazing.
a 5.
-1.
I got a -1.
Hey, you thought this was going to be a question of act comedy. Turns out it's both. You go, here, take this, and you chuck the dagger out there. We'll call that your bonus action.
I have an extra dagger on me, so I just decided to throw him
so
one.
You're still armed, but you've kind of chucked your dagger, and it goes ting, 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 kind of on the ground towards him.
No attempt to catch it.
Well,
not even a little bit.
You hear him.
Then you notice his claws.
The blood monster is going to pick it up and attack you with it, probably. But
Maybe without.
now my question there, is that a bonus action or an action to have done
top's
that?
a bonus action. So, it's borderline object interaction. You get a free object interaction, but we'll just say bonus action.
Okay.
I mean, you could attack with it as a bonus action, so you could probably just toss it
to get it close without rolling. You just call it a bonus action, kind of a thing. So,
I was just curious. I was fine with it either way because I had options to go with either way. I
definitely
did that.
Not a full action.
Okay.
To essentially toss or drop something without a
Okay, but since I have a free hand now, I can cast a spell. So I will snap my fingers and say, it's a bit nippy in the morning, and cast Frostbite on the creature he's attacking.
The one closest to you or the one farther away? There's 2 of them.
Further away, the one that he attacked.
To get a line of sight, you'd want to just kind of crab over a little bit here and kind of give him a shot that way. So you kind of scoot over and go ahead and make a spell attack then. Or is it a save? Con save?
It's a save. It's a Constitution save. DC 12.
13 on the die.
Unfortunate. And then I will use 5 movement that way. I'll use the remaining 20 to the right, to the east and up 1 if I can. If that's 20.
Yeah, we'll say 5, 10, 15. I'll give you another diagonal if you want.
No, that's fine. Just the one diagonal. And then that's where I will sit.
All right, so you sprint your way over. It is Hargis' turn.
I'm going to try to maneuver around the room so I can use my throwing disc and get a good angle.
Yeah, you got good angles on them both right there. You're looking straight at them.
Okay. I can't find where I wrote that down on my old sheet. I know it's a D6.
D4s for those.
I believe we D4s. I apologize.
Yeah, they're basic.
So, do you want me to throw those all at once, or
you've got,
you
have 2 attacks or 1 attack? Are you Valor Bard? I forget. Actually, you wouldn't have 2 attacks anyway, so I'm pretty sure you
yes.
just get the 1 attack.
Okay.
He eventually
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
2 attacks. He
But right
eventually
now,
gets the
it's,
attack.
at this level,
action,
it's just
but
1
not
attack.
now.
So
It's always a bit fluff.
go ahead and just chuck one of your throwing discs at it.
Oh, that's good. I'll take that. 19 plus.
That'll hit. Which one are you
Yeah.
throwing at, left or right?
Yeah.
Or top or bottom, depending on the one closest to the jars or farther away.
The one that's unengaged. One of them's
They're
unengaged,
both right
correct?
up against him here. You can see they're on either side of your new friend here. One.
The one that'd be nearest
Okay,
to me
we'll
then.
throw it at that one there then.
I can't see
Okay.
it very well.
The one to the south.
Okay.
So there's one north of
Yeah.
the opponent and one south of the opponent, and the south
Yep.
one's closer to you.
All right. What's your damage? Plus your dex.
Plain bonus
Yep.
4.
Hey, Scott, click on the actual, like, the game board so it maximizes that screen
Oh,
for you.
yeah. I keep
Gotcha.
forgetting you
Yeah.
guys don't looking
Yeah.
at. I've made the map
okay.
big on my side, and I keep...
Oh, you got one to either side.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, I would do the one that's up next to the
Okay.
blue
I will shift
containers.
the damage to that one. All right. Yeah, so you chuck one of these discs at it, and it kind of just goes across the neck.
Yeah, Brandark's about to go savage on him. Brandrick, excuse me. I don't know where I got Brandark.
You know,
I think
I'm
it's a
starting to
character
learn that
somewhere.
I'm starting to learn my name is just difficult.
No, I think Brandark is an actual character
okay.
somewhere. So, you know, of course,
be
so I'm,
surprised.
you know,
Mandark
just,
from-
yeah.
Dexter's
It's
Laboratory.
Laboratory.
Yeah, that could be it. All right. You want to stay where you are, or are you going to move anywhere, Hargus?
I'm good where I am as long as I got
You're good,
projectiles.
You're good. Okay. All right. At the end of your turn, you go throwing this thing out. One of the discs, bounces off things next and kind of bounces off the wall behind you, and you see these blue jars behind you swirling and bubbling more and more with all the commotion going on outside, and bursting out of the tops of each of these things, you see these giant worm creatures with these huge pinching mandibles start squirming their way out and going towards you. It's going to take them a little bit of movement to get out of there, and then they come flopping on the ground and start slithering right at you, Hargus. And they
Dang. I really thought about getting...
They look... Yeah. Okay, I actually had these things attacking Philip while he was in there. They attacked twice while he was in there, and they rolled roiling around, frothing around.
Philip should be aware
of anything. He follows instructions. He doesn't report back to you, "Hey boss, I felt a thing." He's not sentient.
Can't see him doing anything.
Yeah,
so.
he tried to grab, and they're too fast to grab. And they missed biting him, or else I was getting ready to kill Philip. I was about to ask what his AC was, and then I rolled a 2. And I was like, all right, well, never mind. Don't need to know that.
his AC's 10 and he has 1 HP.
Oh, they could have killed him.
Yeah, and he has a strength. Strength of 2.
Not to let the cat out of the bag, but these guys do not have a +8 to their attacks. So we'll see. We'll see if their +2 attack is as it comes squirming out and gets there right in front
Unfortunately, I'm sure I'll find out.
And
Philip, I am disappointed in you. You have failed me.
Right next to him as well. Philip!
Invisible slump.
They kind of slop down next to you. Each one's going to make this bite attack against you. How's a 15 suit you, Hargus? Actually,
Well, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. My armor.
I got an 11 on both die, so that's kind of funny. All right, here's some chompies coming at you. 7 plus 4, so 11 points of damage. as these two pinchers come piercing into you. And why don't you make a con save real quick?
Yeah. Let me see here. 17. I have 12
okay.
Constitution.
Yeah, you as these bites go in, you feel this pulse of heat going through your legs, and this weight kind of on you, and you manage to resist the bite as they both chomp into you. Okay. All right. Well, that's their turn. And as that happens, we will leave these fellows in media res and jump back over to a shop where, unfortunately, there is no Dakren there to help poor Jasper as he comes into the shop and sees the figure of young Master Westfall chugging this bottle, just finishing it off, and throws it to the ground as the door opens, and he looks over with just burning hatred in his eyes as he who recently he interacted with. There is other things in the room, but we'll save it for when Dakren arrives. First thing that old Jasper's going to do, because he actually rolled like a 20 plus 20 on his initiative, so he gets to go first. He's going to just pull out a quick fire arrow and shoot an arrow at this guy. Let's see if he hits. Actually, you know what? No, he's not going to do that. He's going to pull out an arrow that he hasn't had opportunity to use yet. Yes. Yeah, so he fires it off. Yes. That'll hit. And he does not bad. 6 points of damage. But as it...
Dexter, want to change your chat to your character name so you can see how it's spelled and remember it and stuff?
Sure. I will learn profile.
Okay. So, yeah.
I think you just right and then click change name. Oh, can you nickname other people? That'd be interesting. Nope. So yeah, just right click and then change name.
Okay, we good? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Aaron.
so he fires this arrow off, and there's this burst of icy energy or something around him, and you see him go, and he's like, I'm gonna kill you! And, I'm joking here. I don't know why that one made me joke, but in response to that, Jasper doesn't want to be killed. So he's gonna go back. He goes out the door.
That 180 turn, nope.
Pulls the door closed.
Way more sensible than I would have thought.
He grabs the door handle, jumps up, puts his whole body on it, and he has got his feet up on the door frame, pulling backwards on it. And he's just
gonna laugh if this is a double door and there's one right next to it.
He opens the bottom one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the chance of them either one of them noticing?
He screams out. He's just, Dakren, help! And you hear him screaming for you, Dakren. It is his turn, but as Dakren, we'll say it's your turn now.
All right, I immediately turn and smoke starts swinging around my hand. A black sword appears in my hand as my eyes flash red, and I just run back toward Jasper
got a 30-foot
to help
move.
him.
You got a 30-foot move, right?
So
let's see, 5, 10, 15.
So I'll just run as fast as I can.
Okay, so you book it here, and we'll say with your double dash, you can get just to the edge of the building
and
park it right there.
Now the string
Yeah.
makes sense.
They're the
It's
yep.
a split screen.
Battle screen. Whoa. Technology, man.
And I'll just look at Jasper and just be like,
man.
I'll just look at Jasper and just, what's going on?
You can see him just there up on the wall, and he's like, he's in there, and he looks really angry. I think we'll see if he knows anything else. There's some.
All I can hear is Samuel L. Jackson.
There's some
now.
woman up, like on the ground. She seems like hurt, maybe. And then there's, I think, the sister's in there as well. And he's on the door, and you hear a slamming sound, and there's pulling, and we'll see if a contested strength roll. Oh man, Jasper, good job. You see the door start to pull in, and Jasper just with all of his leg power just goes no, and closes it again. And he's like, he's really mad, and we'll do.
Does anybody else find it ironic that a group of DMs have done the one rule that everybody jokes about splitting the party?
Yeah.
It's been on my mind for a while. I was thinking,
you can break the rules if you know the rules.
I'm trying to decide: am I with Scooby or are you with Scooby?
All right.
That's gonna make this
back to the, I know. Back to the top here. We've got Ursa, surrounded by fleshless blood monsters who've scratched you up a bit. Would you like to continue attacking the one you started with, or switch to the other one?
Is it Ursa or Reth?
So if he introduced himself, he would call himself Reth.
Oh, okay.
But that's not his full name.
No, it's not.
Okay.
All right, sir. What would you like to do?
If I step back, would I be able to be in range of all of the enemies at once?
Like including the worms behind you there? Yeah, sure. They're I mean, they're on the ground, and but yeah.
You thought the
I just want to be in range.
Yeah. You could take a step back, and if you go, well, you won't be in range of this guy over here. This guy's just out of range. But you're in range of those three. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 is not bad. So he'll step back, and I'm going to use my other bonus action ability. So you just see like more hair grow out from him as most of his body is just kind of covered in it. And he seems to get like a little bit bigger. So we'll do that. And then I will attack the one that I've been attacking. My first. Oh, that's a natural 20.
Ooh, nice.
Just so you know, those hit in my campaign. I play the natural 20s hit.
I think that's by the default ruling in 5th edition now.
Okay, all right. No joking.
Yeah. I don't know why they added
Seriously,
it though.
We have been playing with the one side max damage rule. So if you'd
sweet.
like to do that, you can just count max damage for one and then just roll one set. So.
Okay, so that's gonna be 6.
Do we do glancing blows as well?
4 plus 3.
I think we were going to do that after that one combat session where
if we remember,
forgot about it.
I haven't done that before, and I'm afraid I'm going to forget.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, I just pair those because glancing blows kind of balances out the extra damage by making it less if you roll exactly the so. I mean,
and it still goes both ways, so it's.
You guys saw my screen this time, so actually all the monsters are critting on 19 and 20, and...
Oh, sure.
Hey, it's not our fault, man.
So that's going to be 13 damage on the first.
I mean...
Oh, man.
What are you talking about? We didn't see anything.
You reach down and
can I roll
slash
persuasion?
through this thing, and you cut off, like, the lower half of its body. No, wait, you're going for the zombie guys, my bad. So you slash through and you cut off an arm, and it goes and just staring at you, this bloody, horrible face, but it is still on its feet.
Okay, I'll take another swing at that one then. That's not...
13
That's
just
13.
hits.
Sweet. So that would be 8 damage.
Okay. So...
Oh, am I not doing this? Hold on. So that should have been 15 damage on the first, and then this would be 10 damage. I have not been adding my rage damage.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Way to go.
By that math, this fellow you rake through as it's sitting there off to the side. You go through and you swipe through the just center of its chest, and you rip open a huge chunk of its chest as it drops to the ground in a heap. Your second hit was 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'd be 10 damage.
So it drops to the ground, just lays there, and does not rise.
Awesome.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you're snarling at it there, just and it is down. That second one is going to attack you with both of its little claws. Oh my gosh! It's both 17 on the die. What is going on?
Sounds so much fancier when you add that R.
That's so weird. Last time it was 2 11s. Now it's 2 17s. It's just very strange. What's your AC?
Right now
so,
it's 16.
They'd hit just with the die then. So these guys are going to hit you. Or this guy is going to hit you.
Starting to wonder if you had equipment in the first place.
I mean, I do.
He hits you for 15 points of damage and slashes through you with one claw after the other. Just
Okay. So that will almost take out my temporary hit points.
All right. Bran, you are up.
All right. Yeah. I am just going to pull up the dagger that I have, and I'm going to run forward. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'll have to...
Yes, you got... Oh, man, just 5 foot away.
Bonus action.
Drag.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And dash to get up the rest of the way.
Boom. You are in the mix.
And I will Booming Blade attack this guy.
Make an attack roll.
Yeah. Let's see. So... Sorry, that's weird. Okay, here we go. Oh, 17 plus... So 21 to hit.
Yes. Yes, it will.
Yeah. Piercing damage, he only takes 3. The Booming Blade is 6 if he moves. Sneak attack is 10, though.
Okay, so 13 total.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I will at my booty and use the remaining 20 movement to move away from him.
No problem. So where are you going to go?
Just back 20 feet.
5, 10,
Same direct.
20. He does get an attack of opportunity as you back away. So he's going to take it. Ooh, that's going to be 18. Okay. One of those. Oh, only 5 points of slashing damage as these talons slice through you.
I'm going to make a sentinel attack against it since it attacked him.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Sentinel. Go for it. Reaction to...
That's a 21. There we go. So that's D6. 2 plus 5. That's 5, right? Yeah, so that's going to be 7 damage.
Okay. Yeah, so as it's doing that attack, you see the window and give it a little slash for 7 damage.
Also, after I get hit, I'll go, man, Dakren's is missing out on all the fun. He's gonna be jealous when I tell him this story. He's back at home babysitting.
Oh boy. All right.
Where nothing has gone wrong.
When everything is hunky-dory and they're just dissecting people.
All right. Good one. And that brings us to Hargis. What would you like to do?
I'm going to have to cure wounds.
That is your action to do so.
Yeah. What's my spellcasting ability? It's plus my spellcasting ability?
It's the modifier charisma. So if you have like a plus 4
so
to it.
Plus 3.
So yeah, 10 points.
Yeah. Which is good, because I was down 11.
Nice. Basically back up.
No.
Very good. So that was your action. Do you have any bonus action? Probably not.
Sure.
I'm thinking. Okay.
No.
All right. Well, it's the wormies' turnies, and they're gonna make a couple more bite attacks at you, because that's kind of their jam, you know.
They like your tart flavored
One
flesh.
snaps at you, and you manage to dodge out of the way as it snaps and kind of bites the table, but that sends you right into the jaws of the other one next to you, and he's gonna hit you for 7 points of piercing damage, and a con save.
Oof.
17.
Right. Yeah, you feel the same sort of pulsing heavy weight kind of go through, and you shake it off yet again. All right, that's...
Play this game forever, I know that.
And we are back to our boys in the flower shop. Jasper's holding this thing, and you can see he's fighting against it, and he's opened a bit, and he managed to slam it back closed again, and he's kind of looking over at you, Dakren, and he's saying, what do we do? What shall I do? What shall I do? Dakren?
I just kind of brandish a long arm, and I'm just... I'll attack whoever comes out with malintent.
He's like, all right, I'm gonna try.
Wait till ready and then open it. Or...
Pulling more on it, and you can see he's like pulling it back, and he like is trying to time it to one of these pull-ins. And as it starts to go in, he lets go and tries to do a backflip off the doorpost. So he'll see acrobatics here to see if he can land that. It's cocked. It's cocked between something awesome and something terrible. So I'm gonna roll it again. All right, and it landed on something not terrible. But what's his plus to that? Oh, good. Yeah. So he does this back, lands on his feet behind the door there, and the door comes swinging open, and you can see just on the edge there.
That was going to be a very short battle if he rolled a natural one there.
The edge was straight up to the sky. So yeah, instead he lands on his feet, and then Jasper just pulls back and fires off another arrow at this guy, all frosty like, and you see it explode on the inside. We'll see if it actually hits him first. Does it hit? 12 plus, alright. Oh, no, it doesn't. Shoot. You see him fire it in, and it just kind of glances off, and you hear tinging into the background. And Jasper takes a few steps back while pulling out another arrow. It is his turn now. What's he going to do? Yeah, he's gonna run out and try and grab Jasper. Yeah, he runs out of the door, kind of looking around to see who's there, which is a perception check. He looks over, he sees you standing right there, Dakren, and he just curses and just goes, "Blasted!" Goes back into the room, slams the door, and you hear like a sound coming from inside. So Dak,
Really wish I had taken a rest before we did this.
you hear Jasper say like, "Yes, that's why I ran away. It hurts real bad."
I'm going to try and open the door. Is he holding it shut?
You hit your shoulder against it, like it just kind of clunks on the other side. Maybe something was put in front of it. You're not sure.
Okay, as I'm like trying to break, just shoulder it with my good shoulder and everything, just break it open. I'm gonna kind of go through the door and be like, Jordan, I knew your father. How could you have fallen so far from the tree? What is wrong with you? Let me in and tell me what's going on and give me that gem back. So I'm just trying to break the door down.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and make a strength check.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah. All right. Ooh. 23.
That'll do it.
Natural 20.
You take a big run at this thing, just good shoulder into the door, and as you hit it, like you can feel like this energy pulsing through your sword almost as it through, and you hear kind of this echoing in your mind like, "Yes, get it, just kind of echo. And the door comes bursting open, and you see, kind of stepping back from it a little bit, you've burst through a wooden slat that's put through like a latch, slides in just like a slide latch kind of. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was hard.
Over a 20 on strength, Sweet. Will get it. And you burst it through, and he's like kind of taking a step back, and you still have your movement, and I mean that's kind of an action move, so to bust down a door.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna walk up next to him, like 5 feet next to him, and sort of kind of swing my sword absentmindedly and just be like, there are 2 ways we can do this, lad, and I really don't want to do it the hard way today.
Yeah, you see him kind of just.
I guess that.
He just kind of stares at you and goes, "You fool, the new age is coming." And yeah.
Excuse me for a minute.
Frickin' millennials.
All right. And that'll get us back up to the top with Reth.
Or Generation Z, I guess. Whichever.
What would you like to do, Reth?
I'm gonna go take a short rest of my own while I'm waiting for my turn. So I'll be right back.
BRB.
Bathroom.
I'm guessing this unknown man near me doesn't look like he's doing too well.
He's looking a little rough. Yeah, looks like he's taking some hits.
So I'll attack the worm thing next to him first. The one that's in range of me, so the bottom one. Oh, and I can do reckless.
Hey,
I'm learning how to barbarian. Lovely. All right, let's go reckless on this one. Oh, good thing I did. That's a 2 and a 10, so that's a 15 to hit.
So are you going for the one on the top of the map or towards the bottom of the map, north or south?
Bottom one's the only one in range. So that's 6 plus 5, so that's going to be 11 slashing damage.
Yeah, you swipe through and you like rip off a chunk of this thing's squirming tail behind you, and you see kind of go rolling off to the side. It's still kicking though. Okay.
I'll go at it again.
Reckless again. All right.
Yep. So that's going to be 18 plus 5. Yeah, so 23
hit.
To hit. And then that's 7 slashing damage.
All right, yeah, you swipe through again, and you leave these big chunks, and it squirms around. You hear just like twitching around. It is still on its feet, though. It's looking just gooping off this nasty greenish blood, just purplish blood, I mean, seeping out of the wounds. Go ahead, question.
So this is something we do in my campaign because some people got jealous of the rogue. But do you consider unarmed strikes as light attack? Because we've been doing those as bonus actions for 2-weapon fighting.
I see what you're saying.
So it wouldn't be my claws. It'd probably just be like kicking it or something.
2-weapon fighting with light weapons.
It's just whether you consider an unarmed strike as a light thing.
Like, the whole point is that it's quick and light. Nothing lighter than your own fist. If it can swing a dagger as a bonus action, why can't it punch?
I think that comes down to how you view the monk's trait. Because the monk's core trait is to be able to attack as a bonus action, or they've taken the attack action.
But anyone can do that.
Well, that's still anyone can do it as long as they're using a light weapon.
Yeah. So go ahead. Yep. I mean, you don't add your modifier to the attack still, right? You add it to attack, but not to damage, right? Yeah.
Right. So I'll just try to stomp on it, see if I can finish it off.
Let me just ask you while we're talking about it. Isn't cantrips bonus action? You can use them in bonus actions.
There are some cantrips that are bonus actions, but almost all cantrips have a casting time of 1 action. You're probably thinking of the bonus action spell rule that says you can only cast a cantrip after you cast a spell that has a bonus action cast time. Is probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah. So this is a huge waste of a natural 20. So that's going to be 2 damage since I don't add my modifier.
Definitely. It's 2 damage?
So,
well, it would be 2 because I got a natural 20.
Okay.
So it would do 1 plus your strength, but since I'm not adding the modifier, it'd just be 2.
You kill it. That's the last 2 it had. Yeah, it's like bleeding and twitching and stuff, and you basically just take a long fingernail and go and like poke it right into where you think a brain might be. Yeah. Or you stomp on it. There you go. Yeah, so you...
Yep.
Yeah. Doesn't need to guess where the brain is if it covers enough area.
Yeah, so you get it. Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
So, as a note for you, Scott, for example, because I'm an arcane trickster rogue, if I do Booming Blade, which is a spell, I actually can't take the bonus action to attack.
Right.
Because...
That's correct.
The bonus action for dual wielding requires you to make a melee weapon attack or a melee attack of some kind.
Yep.
Take the attack action.
And they all have to be light weapons.
Also, Scott is frozen for me. I don't know if he's frozen for anybody else.
So if you're still frozen on frozen mid frosty beverage. Hey, there's worse ways to go.
Okay.
But that's their turn. So for now, I see you. Why don't you go ahead and do your thing, Brandon? Hopefully we'll get Hargis back by the time it's his turn.
20 feet forward, and I will take another booming blade attack
I skipped that thing's turn. He goes after Reth does. So it is going to move forward and take your booming blade damage. So why don't you roll for that? Because it just...
It was 6 damage. It was 6 damage if it does it.
Yeah, you see it just like coming at you as it moves through the shimmering energy of booming energy surrounding it. It goes, poof, and it hits and it kind of goes. Yeah.
Can I take my opportunity attack on it?
He has Sentinel
range. So take that.
I think you already used your reaction, though, didn't you?
He's had his turn since then.
Yep.
He went before it.
6 damage. Right. You see it. Actually, it starts to move. You start to swing. It goes, poof, and it flops onto the ground. Yeah.
It just falls over.
It goes, and it falls over. But then you see it
Works
start
for
to
me.
go like, and start to move again. So it didn't go far. It had to get 5 foot, half
So it
movement
falls
to
over
stand up.
dead. It starts to crawl, and then he
takes a
stomps on
sentinel
it.
attack, and we'll see if the sentinel hits. Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to get up, lurch to its feet. That hits.
That's a
yeah,
24.
24. Okay.
That's going to be
that takes it
another
down
8
for
damage.
Sure. And now it's down. Yeah.
That's kind of funny. It falls over dead from mine, and you're like, wait, is it still alive? And it starts wiggling again. And you're just like, ugh! Bam!
All right. Good one. All right, Bran. You are up, good sir.
Okay. I'll move 5, 10, 15 within range of the creature, within 20 feet of it,
So
if I can.
5, 10, 15 inch for sure.
And I'll flip the dagger around and then toss it at it.
Make an attack roll.
All right.
Oh no.
Oh!
That sounds so
It's
good.
a 2?
2. I rolled a 2, so it's 6 total.
Total's not going to do it. Yeah, you chuck a dagger at this thing, and it kind of glances off the table nearby, just clatters off.
Not much more I can do. I'll just use my action to go around to the table to hide for a moment and see if I can see where my other dagger was on the ground.
Action, dash over here.
No, I only used 15 to go up to there, so I'll just use my remaining 10 to kind of move behind that table to the right. Yeah. And then I'll use my bonus action to try and hide.
You parkour between the tables. Okay. That is low for you. All right. We don't have Hargus. So...
Stab or heal
if he's got any
himself.
spells left. This thing's looking pretty nasty, so I'll just vote for Hargus and say Hargus wants to kill this thing, and he's like, "Die, you dirty worm!" and he takes an attack at it. Let's go ahead and do that then. Yeah, he'll disengage, try and get some room, and see if. No, he's actually the worm is last. Yeah, so he... Okay, yeah, let's give that a shot. Sure. And hopefully he'll come back. So I'll put a note right here. Okay. All right. So it's Jasper's turn, and... he walks back to the door, and he's just standing in the door frame now because he had wanted to get away and give himself some distance. So he's standing now in the door frame, kind of looking at this interaction, and he draws an arrow. He's just like, "Are we fighting him? What's going on?" Look for some guidance. He goes, Right. He starts looking around and just starts screaming. He's like, guards, help, is just holding there. We'll say he holds his action to see what happens. After that, it is young Master Westfall's turn, and he hefts his big mace, draws it from the side. Your bean, Dakren. That's not going to do it, though. I don't think a 12 is going to hit you. Okay. Yeah. He goes off to the side, and he just sits there. He's just like, no, you will not stop it. Um, yeah, I'm trying to remember if he gets. No, he doesn't. No, that's his turn. So that's you. Yep. Uh, there's a young woman kind of like huddled on the floor in
Table.
the upper left of the shop there. You see her kind of like crouched back into a corner. She's got blood coming down from her temple. And she's there just like kind of looking at you guys there, and she's just like kind of screaming out, help, help, help. And you recognize Candace Westfall, the sister, on the table over there, like slowly struggling and like kind of moving slightly off to the side. There's a big pile of glass on the floor where he was, towards the back of the room there, like looks like shattered bottles or something. Okay. 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 And he kind of just like, you fool, you know nothing. I'll show you truth. Um, and would you like to know? Would you like to know? I will show you. And you can see he's getting ready to continue the battle. Okay. Okay. Make an attack. Total of, sorry? 17 just glances off this big breastplate he's wearing. You see it slide off to the side. Wait. Shoot. Actually, you know what? Shoot. Let me. I forgot my ACs here. Is a breastplate 16 or 18? Just a breastplate is 16? No, it's. One sec. So he might have a 16 then. I think he's got a. Let me just check right here before, because that probably hits. Hey, all right, good waiting. Breastplate. Okay, it's 16. It's 16. So you actually do hit. Yeah, he's just got a breastplate on. So it's, yep, you do hit. Yep. So he's got that. Yeah, we can hear you. 5. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you bring it around, and it kind of like hits an arm part where he doesn't have much padding there, and you see him grunt and brandish this large mace at you. Jasper's going to release his held action for that arrow he was holding. 17. Yeah, 17. Yeah, he hits. So he's going to do one of those. So he fires it off, and you see it hit him in the arm, and there's this sound, and you see him like hit, and he kind of grabs it, goes, ah! And there's like this gross kind of rotting smell when it hits, and you're just like, ugh, yeah, kind of nasty smell. But that would be that turn. So another 4. Yeah. He seems to be a difficult fellow at the moment. Okay. that we can resolve Hargus's turn now. Hargus, we kind of passed over you since you had left us for a minute, but you got this worm in front of you. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad. But you've got an opportunity to go before it takes a turn. So give it a stab. All right, that'll hit. Go for damage. 6. Okay, yeah. You, as this thing's snapping at you, and it's starting to move forward for this one final blow, you just bring your rapier out and just kind of dodge to the side and shish kebab it straight through, and it's just sitting there twitching. Yeah, it does. It does. And it yeah. And it wiggles around for, oh, you know what? Shoot, my battle cam's frozen. That's weird. Yeah, I just turned it over to knock that thing over, and oh, well, there goes the whole thing. Oh, shoot. All right, well, that was it. All right, back at the top, Jasper's going to make an attack. We'll see if he hits. Oh, he definitely hits. And for another 3 points of damage. Okay, let me see if I can get this thing back on. Shoot, that's annoying. Why don't you go? Are you going to attack him, Dakren? Oh, shoot, you're right. Yeah, he's definitely going to attack you. As he goes to swing at you, you bring your sword around it, and you just feel this guiding energy just parry it to the side, and he totally misses, and his momentum carries him to the ground, and he just smashes this mace on the ground, almost hitting himself in the leg. We'll see if he manages to hold on to a weapon. He got a natural 1. He does, yeah. So he goes, "Ugh!" And he kind of takes a staggered step and looks over at you, just like, "Ugh!" And yeah, he does not get to do anything else. So it is your turn. Yeah. Okay. Why don't you roll that attack while I try and fix the camera? Okay. It's like it times out or something. Okay, what was your attack? Oh, shoot. 15 points of slashing. All right. What says you don't? Because it comes after the because he has to move to activate it. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, the delayed. Interesting. That's too bad. All right. You bring that through, and you see him just go, "Ah!" And he drops to the ground in a heap. He is bleeding out on the ground. And Jasper walks in, looking around. The woman on the table is like groaning faintly, but not really moving. And he's like, "What are we saving him, or what are we doing?" Okay, yeah. So he'll kind of walk over. As he gets there, she's like, just in a like alert state, and you kind of go over at her and just go, she doesn't seem to be well. I don't know what's going on with her. I can't tell. She kind of opens her eyes and flutters a bit, but I don't know. She's obviously not well. And okay. Yeah, so on laying there, you can hear his breath ragged and slowly. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh, do a quick medicine check as you kind of are going down to look at him here. Uh, 20. Okay. Yeah, you can see he is unconscious and bleeding out. You've seen guys in this state barely hanging on to life, and he kind of no, he's yeah. So he's in mechanical terms, he was reduced to 0 hit points and is come up to that. There's one big gallop that you see blood just kind of go down his mouth, and he's like, you could see he's just on the brink of death. One might consider one death saving roll away. So it's up to you. He did. He had one success. And then one nat one. And yeah, you can tell he's just on the brink. So the question is, are you going to try and save him, or are you going to let him pass? Okay. And yeah. Okay. You hear a whispered voice in your ear just as you contemplate this. Goes, no, finish it, take it, no. Yeah, he's. All right, that's it. You see, as you're watching, staring into his eyes, he's ragged breathing, slows a bit, and he seems to have stabilized. That was a 15, a natural 1, a 14, and then an 11. So he is stable. He is stable. And Jasper walks over to the woman on the side who's sitting there, and she's just like, "What is going on? What is this place? Why is this man here? He came in here screaming like a madman and drank all of my health potions. He's just, what is happening? Who are you people?" She kind of gets to her feet, and she's when he first came in, he demanded health potions and hit me on the side of the head with that. He drank so many of them in a row. I think he must have had 6 of them. You really shouldn't drink that many. That could make you very sick. I think too many potions in a row like that. But and she like clears her head for a moment, and she goes, "Jasper, is that you? wait, you were da, da, not Bran. You Dakren, was it? Who? I know you. Your names are so I can't remember. What is going on? Okay. Just do an investigation. Yeah, do an investigation. She's, yeah. A three? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you're rooting through trying to find it. For, um, and she's like, yes, yes, and she kind of leans up against one of these tables and leans back and is trying to like dabbing at it with a cloth now that she picked up. Um, you came in here, you and Jasper and another small one, Chest or something. Came in for health potions and you said they were too expensive, so your little friend here only bought the herbs necessary to create them. So, yes, it has been several days since you're here. I think sometime last week it was. Just kind of rubbing at it. And she's like, I we should we should try and get the town guard. My father, he's a constable. No, well, no way. He's going. He's going off to check on some people trapped in a cave. He said so. He may be gone already. I don't know. But yes, most probably. He was leaving some here in town, probably at the constable station. Though, if he probably left one or two there. Um, but please, if I don't know, he looks very bad. But you should bind that man so he cannot attack us again. My father taught me quick. The subject is subdued. You don't give them a chance to get back on their feet. I hog tie that brute. And she just kind of is like, yes, very well, very well. Um, I am going to the constable. Will you wait here, or do you want to bring them to the constable station? I will go, and I feel we need assistance then. If you are not going right now, I will go. All right. Very well, very well. Thank you both so much. You both look just terrible. I wish I could offer you a health potion, but he drank my entire stock. So I have nothing left to give. I'm sorry. Um, I will. Anyway, come back all over perhaps, or I'll see you at the constable station. We will sort this out. I will tell them. Are you going to wait here for the sheriffs, or will you bring these people to them? Ah, very well, very well. I will go. I will go. And you see, she leaves the shop, and you can hear her going off. And as she exits, you can hear her calling for assistance, and other voices kind of gathering around outside. What, what's going on? Are you okay? And she's like, just stay out here. Stay out here. Just guard the outside. Make sure the fellow in the armor. There's two good ones that helped me. And she points you guys out. That one's good, and that one, this little one, is good. The guy on the floor, he's bad. She's like, I must go see the sheriff. And she starts walking off, and another guy kind of takes her arm, and they start going off together. There's people kind of gathering around in this crowd outside, looking in, just like, oh, what's going on, boss? Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So he's laying there, doesn't resist much. Uh, what would you like to make another investigation for the as he's make another investigation? 11. You check like all his pockets and his belt. He's got a pouch on there with some gold in it, and you're looking around, and there is nothing that you can find in these kind of obvious to check spots. You just look around, and there's nothing there. So um, we'll say, yeah, just gonna wait here for the sheriff to come, or are you gonna continue with a search? Sorry, you gonna go check on what? Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Uh, After it quiets down, she like settles back down into more of an unconscious state and just lays there, uh, kind of shallowly breathing, not moving much. Yeah, Candace, Candace. Yep. You give her. Go ahead. Yeah, you kind of slap her around a little bit, and she stirs and looks at you, and she goes, "What? What is? What is going? What is?" And kind of drops back down. Mm-hmm. Hmm? Okay, yeah, he kind of he's like, "Well, I feel a little awkward." She's not, but kind of gingerly goes out and starts patting the outside. Yeah, and yet somehow gets a natural 20 on his investigation. he's he's poking with a small stick that he pulls out of his pocket, and just pretty sure nothing's in there. I checked. She's really got nothing to put anything in. I mean, that dress, I will say, it doesn't leave much to the imagination. So, she's really got it. It's not. I don't think it's on her. If he's got the gem, it must be on that fellow back there. You checked his pockets then? You checked all of his pockets and everything then? Okay. All right. Well, I'll roll. Let's roll him over, and maybe we can take a checker. What was that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Okay. Okay. Make a investigation with advantage as Jasper helps you out with this. So yeah, you're going through and kind of checking things, and um, you can see how like the armor kind of it's tight, not tight fitting, but you can see there might be a space, like a cavity on the under part of the armor. And as you're lifting it up, you just kind of like reach your hand on the side and like shove it like under there and start rooting around, and you actually feel a pocket area like on the inside of the armor, on something he's wearing underneath it. So it's like this piece of clothing underneath that has pocket, and the breastplate's covering it. And as you reach in there and grab, you can feel that stone in there, and you reach in and grab it and pull it out, and there it is in your hand. This large, deep red colored, vaguely heart shaped gem, kind of roughly faceted on the outside, not like cut, a roughly faceted, natural looking to your eyes gemstone. And it's got that now very, very faint kind of pulse in the center, emanating this energy coming out. Just coming out of it. And yeah, uh, okay. um, yeah, you tuck it away. Okay. Um, yeah, you wait there and kind of sit back and try and relax. And we go back to our boys at the manor. Looking around this room, there's these nasty, fleshless creatures surrounding you. These giant worm things on the ground. They're hideous to behold. And this room has a strange scent on it that you recognize coming off the viscous fluid in those back tanks. And yeah, you're just kind of surveying the scene here. And there's all sorts of things around, vials and strange piping glass things on a table with notes and papers, and looks like a strange workshop slash testing area. You're not sure exactly what to make of it. So what would you guys like to do? Mm-hmm. So yeah, you do an investigation as you take a look at that. Okay, all right. Bran, anything you want to look at while that's going on? Yeah, yeah, sure. There's not a ton of extra room on there, but yeah, you could stand up there and like stand on the thing and look into it. They're about high, and a couple feet around. As you stand up there and look in, a giant worm comes out and bites your face. No, just kidding. Um, you see Hargis kind of looking around, checking stuff out, and Hargis, you find a variety of strange equipment here. It looks like there's like kind of a flexible tube made of like a stretchy kind of material that you're not quite sure what it is, but you can see this tubing leads into large, I mean, not much smaller than the ones you're talking about, but 8 inches high, 4 inches diameter, kind of flasks sitting around glass, and this strange paraphernalia. You're not exactly sure what it does or what it's for, but there's nothing going into these tanks, but it looks like something to do with this material lying around was used for the tanks. And as you look into one of these jars, you can see it's filled with this like faint purplish liquid in there, and it's kind of like got a thin layer of it on the bottom. And yeah, you're not quite sure what that is, but you kind of look on around. It looks like it's evaporated out a bit, something like that. Um, um, yeah. Bran, as you get up and look into the tank. Oh, sorry. You look into the tank. It's filled with this liquid. It doesn't have a sustained glow anymore. That was more for the creatures within, kind of emanating the glow. It's faded now, and it you kind of dip your finger into it. It's got that slight viscous feeling to it. Strange smell, but familiar to what you've encountered a couple times in the past now. Um, how tall are you again? These are 3 foot high. Um, 4 foot. So you'd have to make an acrobatics check to climb on top of the jar, straddle it with your feet, and 4 foot 3. Yeah, so you'd have to climb up on the top of this thing, stand up on it, you know, do an acrobatics to stand on it, and then All right. Yeah. You drop trow and start topping off this tank, and now it's a smell of what was that? There's a Yeah, now there's a smell of urine mixed with this gross kind of stale, almost like rotting meat smell coming from it, and you guys all think to yourselves that Brandbreck probably needs to hydrate. You know, yeah, yeah, he's not looking good. So, uh, Reth, you know he needs to hydrate. Reth, you're just like, damn, that guy. What are you gonna start looking at, Reth? Okay, okay, just do an investigation check as you look around the room. Why don't you just go ahead and make a? I would disagree with that statement, Bran, but why don't you make an investigation check for kind of just the room at large while you do that? Okay, great, great. What'd you get, Bran? Okay. Okay. All right. Reth, as you look around, you kind of like are looking around on the tops of the tables, and there's a bunch of vials and strange things. You're not sure what they all are. So you look kind of under the tables, and you look under the table where you were, and there is a very distinct bundle of things just kind of shoved under there. And you recognize that's probably your jacket or cloak, just kind of wrapped around the whole mess. You grab it and pull it out, and it's all your stuff just piled there. It's kind of like it was left just under where you were. It hadn't gone far. Um, you can start putting that in. Do you leave your fig leaf on under your clothes, or do you freeball it, or do you keep your fig leaf on when you wear the rest of your clothes? Yeah, no, I mean you didn't show up with this fig leaf. You're not sure where it came from or who affixed it so assiduously to where it needed to go. But I mean, it's on you now, so it's up to you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 You take the fig leaf and kind of like throw it off to the side, and it just kind of does one little float, and then stops in midair, as is the nature of magical fig leaves. And it's just kind of hanging there above the table off to the side. Bran is, yeah, yeah, beautiful axe. Any other distinctive bits about your clothing that you'd like to describe as you finally get yourself dressed? Mhm. I like it. I like it. Pristine. Pristine. All right. Yeah. Um, Bran, as you did you have something you wanted to say, Scott? No. All right. As okay. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and make a investigation check. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check. 15. Okay. So, Bran, as you had finished up doing your duty, you uh, step down and start looking at these tanks that you recently soiled. And amongst all of these vials and things with partially dehydrated stuff, you find two stoppered vials, not very large, about that big, and they're kind of sitting there in a little rack off to the side, and yeah, there are these two small things, and after that you kind of move off to the other side of the room, looking along to the right side of the map or the east side of the room. You start looking through the things there, and you see a lot of equipment and stuff, and you aren't very familiar with this kind of finalia per se, but looking at it, you can see this is kind of like alchemy equipment and things like that. And as you're kind of just going through and looking at stuff, there is one strange, like larger than the other jugs around there, this jug that you pick up, and it's got this very, very nice quality looking. It looks just extremely well made, and yeah, just like very, very fine. It seems almost out of place, and it's like they're kind of in the center of the table, and you're kind of looking at it just like, oh, interesting. But then there's all these notes and stuff about it, and different liquids kind of decanted off in various things, but of the things in various stages, most of them are dried out or used, and it seems like these two vials are the only ones that you're looking at that have anything in them there. But you do see off to the side of that, let's see, what do you see there? Yeah, a large notebook with like pages and pages of information on it. Kind of, yeah. You, Hargis, looking on the other side of the room, kind of next to the table there, you see a whole nother setup, all different, again, a very similar setup of alchemy potions and things like that, pestles and bushels of different types of herbs that happen to smell nice in this room of not nice smelling things, and various potions off to the side that are stoppered and complete. So you see things in various stages of things. You find 2 healing potions. One potion that's like a faint bluish color. It's a 20 gold worth of herbs, like these very fine, rich smelling herbs, smell very medicinal, very nice smelling herbs. And so those 2 potions were regular healing potions, 2d4 plus 4. You see one potion of greater healing, 44 plus 4. I'm sorry, 2d4 plus 2 for the regular, 44 plus 4 for the greater. And then 44 plus 4. And then 3 like dark colored grayish potions. You're not sure what those are, or the light blue one. But yeah, there's a bunch of alchemy paraphernalia and these potions off to the side. So you recognize it as alchemy paraphernalia, but specifically no. Like the table that you're looking at is like adjacent to the tanks more. It's closer to the tank. You can look at the color of like the dried up residue in some of these flasks, and you see it matches the color of those 2 vials that you found. It dehydrated some. Roll an Arcana. Just based on your investigation, what you're looking at here and the things, it looks like this material on this table was used to refine or purify or concentrate something into these vials. and there's like little burners set up and piping set around to perhaps concentrate whatever is in some of these larger flasks into this smaller potion vial looking thing. Yes, it is. It's in common. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Okay. Sure. Nope. Oh, they didn't even go through the trouble of taking it away. They kind of just dumped it in a pile with you downstairs in the cave. I assumed you had that the whole time. Um, oh, that's right. Yeah, it was just dumped at the top of the stairs in the basement. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. You would have found it right off if I had mentioned it before. Sorry about that. Yeah. So yeah, you can just add it to your inventory. Yeah, you've got it. You've already got it. Um, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Go ahead and do a history check, Bran. Gentlemen. Okay, you recall when you guys were checking out um, what you assume is Lord Galen's room, you checked a few things, but fairly quickly got distracted by a hidden staircase behind a bookcase, and so you think like there might be some other stuff in there. If there were a place that you would suspect strongly might hide some things. Mm-hmm. 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 Make make an investigation with I'd say disadvantage because there's not a lot of skin left on these things, so you're kind of having to. Yeah, 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 yeah. Probably not necessary. Hmm. Yeah, it's it's just a mess down there, and as you're kind of looking at the back of one of the necks of these things, like there's no skin to check if there was an incision in it. It's like these things like kind of banana peeled their whole body, and you kind of look at the table and there's this sodden mess of flesh left on there, and it looks like they were strapped down around parts of their body, and kind of just like ripped up out of it and like sloughing off skin. Very much so, yeah. And yeah, with your kind of general knowledge, it seems like there were like aspects of kind of undead sort of things with these guys. So some sort of, yeah, you get when you think of like some sort of experimentation was going on here. This seems like kind of the experiment kind of place for that sort of thing. Like a something, yeah, like a something. Um, you've got yeah. Yeah, I'll say there's one more thing you would think of just based on your experience with these things in the past. There is one last place to check for interesting bits of information in these. Yep, crack one open. All right, trying Okay. We'll call it a general dexterity, I guess, as you kind of bring it down in an artful manner. So go ahead and just make a dex check for it. 5. Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. He's holding it because do it with advantage because he's holding it. That's right. He's as Philip's holding it for you, so you get advantage. 15. Okay. Yeah, yeah, you see it happening. Yeah, yeah. You probably about finishing up as he starts bringing down the hilt of a dagger onto the skull, trying to he's like cut, 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 going after a real awkward nut. Okay. Yeah, yeah. As the uh, dead body is grappled, so you get you just body check this thing into the ground and splat onto the ground. Dakren, as you're about to continue with this, it comes like just hurtling off to the side. A big man in a bunch of fuzzy clothes has tackled the corpse at your. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's see if it gets it right along a seam. Hey, 19 on the die. Sure. Yeah. 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 It smacks it and it just goes. And you can see the good opening there. It said something. It wouldn't cause damage because it's not. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'd say Philip got moved out of the way, but in his haste, yeah, probably wouldn't have done anything. You don't want to check the brain of the first one? It's been opened. Okay. Okay, as you're frantically looking for something else, you, t- you tackle it again. Yeah. This one's more straight on because Philip went behind it and picked it up. So Philip's actually between him and the tackle this time. So yeah. Oh no, gosh. Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, yeah, yeah. You right, right. So you tackle it, and yeah, the impact hits on the ground. It's like a D6 fall damage essentially. No matter what happens, the unseen servant is poofed into oblivion, and the torch goes scattering across the ground, and you pop this head on the ground. Um, not for a dead restrained body floating in front of him, unless he rolled a 1. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a loud popping sound as the head just whiplashes and smacks against the stone. And yeah, this thing's probably cracked open pretty good. Clueless. Uh, yeah. For anything else to tackle? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, so Yeah, yeah. As it's quite available and open to you, why don't you go ahead and do it with advantage? Investigate with advantage. Okay. So yeah, you're looking through this thing, and you know where the worm kind of was located in the other ones that you helped Father Bell with, Father Bertrand, and as you kind of look through that area there, there's nothing there, but you're looking at this brain, and this brain is just, whereas before it was like a film had covered uh, large portions of the brain and spinal column, like kind of like thin, translucent, purplish tape. This is like vines, like when vines grow into a water pipe and it's just full up of tangled roots. This thing is just completely full of these thin cord-like vine cilia thing, and you can trace it into the brain. And again, there's no worm there. It's like it's dissipated throughout the entire brain. And as you look down, you can see it comes through the brain into the spinal column, and it looks like this entire body is overgrown with this, the beginnings of what you saw, the beginnings of that other one. It's like this has either been diffused so it's not concentrated in one spot, or maybe this is the end result of what happens when worm is in for a very long time. You're not exactly sure how it gets to this stage, but whereas before there was like a single entity worm that sent out, growth creeper things to affect it, now it's just totally overgrown and diffused throughout, almost like it's replacing nerves, replacing brain matter, ligature, musculature is all getting covered and replaced almost. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh, did you take all the interesting things, or are you leaving anything? Just the notebook? Okay. Um, okay. What about what about you? Unless you make it invisible. Well, yours can be, yours I think is always invisible, isn't it, Brandon? Or do you do it? Yeah, your hand of the ledger main. Mm-hmm. You're gonna. Okay, there you go. You gonna start swinging at the invisible hand? Yeah, punching through it. Yep. Reth faces his most dangerous foe, an invincible floating hand. Well, yeah. uh, leave this accursed place. Um, all right. Okay. Yeah, it disappears, and you follow him downstairs, back into this very nice room. and yeah, you kind of see it all around you, and yeah, yeah. So you want to make a investigation on some things in this room? I don't know if you're going for anything in particular. Okay. 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 Go ahead and make a yeah. Go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage, Bran. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Bran. Yes, with advantage. Hey. All right. So yeah, you go around. You check through the dressers and things, and you do find a bunch of nice clothes and things like that. They're in that kind of top drawer. As you look around, there's more kind of decorative bits of accoutrement for wearing out. There's fancy silver belts. There's gold cufflinks and things like that that you can find. Golden pins for like big cravats and things. So you can collect all of that, and basically you could say 100 gold worth of fancy accoutrements, that kind of thing. And you get that. Hargis, you've already got that jewelry box filled with rings and various other things. Um, and as you guys, only if you want to have it later. um, and then finally, as you guys are looking, Reth kind of walks over and he grabs the edge of the bed and picks it up, and he's like, what about under here? And kind of gestures over, and you immediately see, Bran, a bit of floorboard that looks like it's got a seam that doesn't need to be there. So you kind of walk over with your dagger and like lever it up. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No investigation. Yeah, he kind of you lifted it up, and yeah, this is all part of the same thing. So right, right. Um, and as you look under there, you see this floorboard, and you lever it up, and underneath there is a largish chest that you could pull up. Yes, perception or investigation for traps. 13. Yep, it looks clear. So you grab the chest, pull it out. Okay, you scrape it out. It's quite heavy, and you like grab it, and yeah, you one hand and second hand. That's it. That's it. I hunt. Yep, you cycle through and you find a key that it fits nicely, and and open it up, and inside is quite a bit of gold. Yeah. So yeah, you start yes, you start shifting through a surprising amount of back of the neck hair, and you doesn't take much to get to a point where you see a very fresh wound on the back of his neck. Yeah. Oh man, there it is. Yeah. So yeah, you see there is. It looks very clearly like they did not. Yeah, it looks like whatever efforts were taken to do this procedure were not elegant. They just went in, went, and yeah, had done with it. There's no stitching like that. They didn't sew anything up. Might be a problem. Yeah, but yeah, there's definitely a wound there. Yep. Yeah, you did watch in that combat as he. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he went. If you didn't have dark vision, yeah, it's a character choice. Yeah, yeah. It looks like he just yells a lot. Yeah, it's like, hey man, we had to do what we had to do. Yeah, he was focused on other things. So yeah, he thinks you're just a good fighter, a good naked fighter, like few are. Yeah, um, yeah. Hargis for sure knows that you turned into a weird beast man during that, and so I don't know what Hargis says to his instruction. What do you think, Hargis? Make a history check. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you've heard stories of things like this for sure. It's you've never met anyone who's even reported having met someone like this, but you've definitely heard about these, and you know, you probably just thought it was myth, but you've seen you've seen a fellow turn into something half beast, half man, and yeah. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'd say, yeah, you've. I'd say the closest thing you could think of is probably like you've heard the legends of werewolves and legends of yeah yeah maybe and you've heard legends of skinwalkers and things like that. But yeah, this kind of specific thing is maybe doesn't quite fit the bill on any of that. But maybe this is the reality that some of the legends are based on. Um, so you're not quite sure exactly what's going on. There's no full moon that happened. Obviously, this happened at will in a combat situation. So, um, mhm. Oh man. But yeah. So okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so you start heading back towards church. Probably ask Reth to carry this monstrous chest as you guys go. It's pretty heavy. Um, and yeah, he kind of throws it up on his shoulder and begins the trek down. Fade to black. That's us. So yeah, you've had about half an hour of sitting around in this room, Dakren with Jasper there, and these two people. I'd say the woman has not been responsive during this time. If you really jostle her, you can kind of bring her up to a semi-conscious. You get the idea that maybe you could get her on her feet and walking around if you wanted to, but as soon as you leave her for a moment, she kind of just falls back down, and it's really kind of incoherent as you're trying to get any sort of response out of her. She doesn't really have a clear kind of reaction to anything you say. Um, Jordan is there on the ground still, unconscious and bound, and yeah. So I don't know if there's anything you wanted to do during this time of sitting around, kind of catching your breath, but yeah, 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 and Okay. And you've got your sight that you can use. You want to you turn that on again. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Once you do an Arcana check with advantage, we'll call it as you're looking around. 13. Um, it seems like some sort of arcane focus, which I'm not sure if we covered before, but it definitely seems like an arcane focus. It seems to be a little bit above the rest on. Are you looking at the gem or the rod? Sorry, I thought you said the rod. I thought you said you were looking at the rod. Yeah, yeah, and it is like a short staff or walking stick kind of thing with this large black gem at the top of it. So you could use it like a walking staff, like an old man was using a walking staff, a very rich old man who also wanted to have an arcane focus on him. So it's this like kind of set piece that's put together, and yeah, it's an arcane focus. It seems like a little bit above the rest. You'd have to actually attune to it to know exactly what it can do, but you're somewhat aware of magical things, having traveled in the army with some magical casters and things over the years. They use arcane focuses or components for magical abilities and practices. This seems to be like a some kind of arcane focus. Hmm. Yeah, there you go. Yep, yep. It does seem like a very well made one, very fancy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you start on that. As you're sitting down, Jasper is over there on the side, and he kind of starts pulling some stuff out of the vest pockets, and you see him bring out like this big chunk of like a very reflective material, and he like pulls it off, and he gets out this small little mortar and pestle out of another pocket, and he starts like grinding it up in there with a little pestle, and you can see it's like powder, this flaky material, and he like pulls off a flake of it and like puts it in there and like grinds it up, and he's like checking the consistency of it, and it's like very very fine and flaky now. And then he pulls out another arrow, and he's just applying it to this arrow in like a big packet, and he like wraps some leaves around the edge of it to like hold it around there and like pack it in. He's just kind of applying it to there. And he's just like, how, what's that? Remember the big exploding ones that the goldy kind of shimmer on there? In the fight, did you see those? Right. Well, they were pretty nice. Well, that was the idea. So what I was thinking about is if I take muscovite. Have you ever seen muscovite? Uh, it's this stuff here. It's like micaceous, a micaceous material. People will actually, when you if you find really big sheets of it, it's actually see through, and people will use it as a window or something like that if they can't afford fancy glass or something, and they live in an area where they can use it. Um, my family in the rock gnomes would actually use it for insulation. It's got great insulative properties, but it really reflects light quite well. You see how it's shiny like that, and as he's kind of moving this little chip around, you can see it's very reflective. It just reflects perfectly. It forms in these long sheets like that, and you bring it out to the ground, and you can just peel it away, and it's like peeling a piece of plastic almost. It's slightly flexible. It's like, but so what I decided to do is just mash it up, and then put it on an arrow. Thought, hey, if you have a big glittering thing in front of you, maybe it'll be easier to hit, and that seems like it worked. So I used all the arrows I had in that last battle, so I thought I'd make as many as I could right here in case something else happens today. Um, but yeah, quite right. Appreciate it. Right. Well, yeah, I'm sure they had a lovely walk back to the manor. They probably are eating some fine food out of the pantry there. Just bet they got a bunch of pastries up there or something like that. Well, the pantry. I turn around. Oh no. But yeah, he goes just. I don't know. It's it's worrisome actually. I mean, I'm nothing when it compares to my parents for knowing about rocks and minerals and things like that. But I mean, I think it doesn't take a rock gnome to know that diamonds are fairly rare and difficult to obtain. So I don't know if where we're going to find enough. 100 gold worth of diamond. That's I'm trying to think of the size of the diamond. Obviously, it depends on the size and the clarity and that sort of thing for the value of it. But still, that's I mean for all four of us, that's and yeah. Oh my gosh. And are we gonna do it for the kids here too? Or kids? I hate to call them kids. I'm just so I got that stupid kids thing stuck in my head, but they're teenagers. I mean, she can't be more than what 17, 18 years old, and he's what 19. And you would know just from your memory, yeah, like that she's 17, almost 18, and he's 19. So um, I don't. Well, is he? I mean, is he willing? Was he? I mean, we didn't happen to us willingly. Is he a willing participant, or is it? Does right? Have we checked them for the things? Do they have the? Do they have? Do we have we checked them? I don't even recall. I think we did. Yeah, I think we did. I think we did. And they both have them on there as well. Just like I mean, I guess we don't know what happens over time. It's been. I guess we don't know the end result of these things. I don't know. I just don't know. Um, but are we going to use? Are we going to do this procedure on them as well? And on the fishermen and on the other. What were there? 5 other pods in that cave back there. I mean, what about them? Oh no. Yeah. You guys are. My video's frozen? I can see you guys. I can. Yes. Is that, I figured I'd try and get back on and see if that helped. Yeah, I was just getting back on to see if you guys were, We're still there. You can hear me? Yeah, may as well. May as well. I can hear you guys, okay? Can you guys hear me? Oh, jeez. Instant death? Can you guys hear me? How's that? Any better or? What the heck, man? Which continent? Is... Oh! Do it. Can you guys hear me at all? Choppy and quiet. That is so weird. It just went out all of a sudden, huh? Oh, jeez. Let me, you know what? Let me just close Discord altogether, and we'll see what happens. Jeez. All right, let me try here. I'm gonna try closing it. Any better? A little better? That's... Oh, jeez. I don't get it. Oh, it is telling me I've got a super bad video connection. I'm looking at the... What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't love. Baby, don't hurt me. Probably not. What is love? It was a jewelry box, yeah. Jewelry box, yep. Yep, and you got a bunch of potions too. Oh, that's yeah, I know. Well, real quick, how am I sounding? Any better at all? Is it that bad? Jeez, some words. Gee, that that is awful. Very annoying. Um, okay, well we'll just call it there. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why. Um, I guess I could type it. Can you guys? You want to? Because I can hear you guys perfectly fine, which is why it's so frustrating. Right. Oh man, that is so annoying. Give me get. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Let me check something. Give me 1 second. Let me check something. We'll see if we can. I'll do one last stab at making it better. So 1 second. I'll be right back. Any better at all? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Is that any better at all? No better. Any better at all? You can't hear me, huh? Jeez. Yeah. Is that any improvement? Choppy. Jeez. So frustrating. All right. Well, we'll say as you guys walk down to yeah as you guys continue to walk back to meet Father Bell, Father Bertrand, you guys can get back to there and wait. Dakren and Jasper kind of chat and wait for a while, and after about a half hour, you see some kind of guard-looking fellows walk in, and we'll just leave it with them entering the room as Petunia has brought them help, and they have with them in tow Father Bertrand Bell. So we can pick up there. Yep. Yeah. So, and hopefully my audio is resolved by then. I have no idea what happened. It was just all going along so well. I can't see anything that changed. So, it's strange. Is it really? Weird. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's probably a good time to stop anyway. It's like 11. I mean, I think you guys are pretty ready for bed anyway. So, um, hmm, interesting. Okay. All right. Well, we'll put a little bow in it then as you guys make your way down to you're going to Father Bertrand Bell's, going to the temple of the Dawn Father, and yeah. Unfortunately, no. But you guys, when you get to the temple, you walk in and it's very quiet in there, and you kind of call around for a bit, and Father Bertrand does not seem to be in there. And yeah, you kind of go back to that back room. He's not there. It seems like yes, the bodies are there. But there is no Father Bertrand where you are in the temple, so you're not sure exactly what's going on. But yeah, but as Jasper and Dakren wait, um, you see Jasper finish up with a couple more arrows that he's put made up, and kind of stop and lean back, just resting, trying to get a short rest in amongst all this chaos. You doing the same thing, Dakren. There, um, you you hear kind of just a sense of um, accomplishment, a sense of pleasure, like emanating from inside you, like accomplished task. And as Father, as you know, these guards come walking in, they're like on guard, ready for action, but they see things are quiet here, and Petunia's described everything that happened, and they come in and they're looking around. They're like, "All right, we will need to talk about this when the constable returns from this rescue mission. So, will you accompany us to the station? Then we will put these in irons there, and Father Bertrand's walking up like, yes, yes, what have we here? It will be very interesting to see the result of what this is looking as. It sounds like they are quite aggressive. But, oh, yes, yes, yes. Well, I've I have been using my divine powers for some a little bit of interrogation of my own, and it appears that yes, these two were not always so involved in these machinations, shall we say? But it is of paramount importance that we get your little travelers out of your little brains. Did you freeze? Did it freeze again? Oh my god. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Oh gosh, it's killing me. Killing me. Oh. Am, Am I back at all? I know. Am I back? Right there. To be continued. All right. Am I back then, or am I back, or am I frozen? All right. It is imperative that we. That was a joke. That one was a joke. uh, get get your little travelers out of your heads is I think the word here. So yes. Yes. And so yes, we will continue. Yes. We'll continue the must do my duty. All right. Let's call it there. Sorry for the bad ending. So frustrating. Good place to stop, yeah. In answer to your question, Bran, as far as how much longer mine will go, we could. Uh, it kind of depends on what you guys want to do, and Austin and I had talked about this a little bit too. Um, yeah, yeah, yep, I agree. I agree. Mm, sure. Which one? Yeah, yeah, um, yeah, yeah. This could this could be wrapped up in one session if like we're like really plowed through and got things all just ticked right off. But if you guys wanted to, and kind of like Austin and I had said, if you guys want to goof around in a pub for a whole session and do a down session thing, it could do that too. And then the other question too is like how much time we're going to spend either if we're staying in this town or moving to another town, and that'll be something I think more Austin and I work out, like where exactly the torch gets passed in that sense. Like if um, there's some kind of obvious objectives to resolve here. If what we do with the Westfall kids, and we are taking them back to their father, you know, Austin, would you rather take the lead on that journey back as DM, or have me carry through? Yeah. So that's more preference in that. Mhm. Yep. Yep. So. Mhm. 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 Are you thinking? Mhm. Yep. Mhm. 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 Yeah. And Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. I I mean, there's gonna have to be a little coordination. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So, um, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, there's some level of appropriate metagaming. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Wow. That's impressive. Yeah. Let's rob everybody and kill somebody. Classic. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. 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 An accidental. Um, I can take him. I can take him. Yeah. Oh man. No, they saw the last season of Game of Thrones and they realized that all you need is a machine gun arbalest type situation and you can shoot trunk-sized spears at dragons from a mile away and it's like a machine just take down dragons. Hmm. That's funny. That's cool. Yeah. 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 Hey, hey, we're level 4. We can take them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. M- Yeah. My. Yeah. Yeah. My party just. Yeah. Yeah. My party just my Saturday night party just got into deep into the Underdark and finally encountered an Illithid colony there. And well, I let one of my players, because we did a brief stint in the Astral Sea, I let him RP as a mind flayer, or I mean, just play a mind flayer that didn't have a colony, that was broken from the colony by his warlock patron. So this guy wanted a mind flayer pet, and so he like pulled this guy. Actually, not warlock. The sorcerer. The what is it? The psionic mind sorcerer. So he's anyway. So he broke him from his colony, and so he went in to meet these mind flayers as a separate mind flayer, and kind of offered them some stuff that they'd be interested in, and they are tentatively dealing with these guys. But he then went on to ask if he could join their elder brain. I was like, dude, your whole backstory is that this super powerful entity from the astral sea broke you from your mind flayer colony. You think he's just gonna let you join this one with um, so as the favor to exchange for some other things, he bartered that they would go check out this giant lake in the kind of center of the Underdark area that all the other colonies branch off of, the Drow and the Duergar. And at the bottom of that giant lake is an aboleth. So they're going to go up against an aboleth, and yeah. Well, so I've been trying to get into the head of the aboleth, like um, how much defensive perimeter do I put up? Aboleth, these ancient, powerful beings, you got to have just tons of layers of defense. But I'm like, but then like, where do you stop? Like, yeah, you could design an impenetrable fortress that they could never get through with layers upon layers, because this aboleth has had 2,000 years to set up defenses, right? So I get too caught up in it anyway. Yeah, the monsters know what they're doing, and and the DM thinks about it too much. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's a big difference. Hmm. Yeah, Yeah. Yep. So, well, that was a great session. I hope you had a good time, Dexter. Glad we got you guys up to the attic where all the fun bits were. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Yeah, yeah. Nice to have a real tank on our hands. That'll be good. Yeah, I think it was great. I think it was great. Yeah. Yep. No. Yeah. It's you're set. Yeah. You just gotta have that D12 on the front line. It's hard to beat. That's the only thing I'm a little sad about is that we're not dealing with a female dwarf killer. That's the only. That's that would have been. Yeah, that would have been great. Yeah. Yeah, maybe after all this we find out. Shortbeard explained. Yeah. Well, we'll get there. Yeah. Well, next. Hey, it'd be amazing. That would be an amazing scene, Austin. That would be amazing. I would love to see that. Knobby little knees splayed out, holding a feather and the fig leaf. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Oh man. Yeah, exactly. I'm just glad that we've. Yeah. I, I'm just glad we got floating fig leaves as canon now because that's very important. Yeah, yeah. I'm all about it. It's a very special. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yep. Yep. It's good. It's good. Well, thank you guys, and yeah, looking forward to next time. See you. We'll see. All right, guys. Have a good one. Yeah.